Hello. I'm mega late. It was 50-50 if I was even going to make it to stream today. Honestly. I'm doing way too much coding today. So, hey, sorry I'm late. We're here though. Let me know if the microphone is too quiet because I recorded today's video on Saturday, I think it was. Or maybe Sunday or maybe Monday. I don't know, whichever day it was. I recorded it and when I heard it back, I realized that I was about as loud as a megaphone or something. It was super loud. But I've changed my AirPods. I really like these Apple wired AirPods. So I bought new ones because the old ones I had were like 10 years old. I think they were really old. And it's a lot louder now. So I'm guessing my old headphones were like super dead and super quiet. And I was recording everything at like 200 million like light years of sound. So I've turned it down a bit. A little bit. So hopefully if it's still like too quiet, I'm just going to put this up a bit. And then adjust this here. How is that? Is that audio okay? Am I too loud? Am I too quiet? Let me know. Sorry I'm late, as I said. It's just been one of those, like, horrific working days. So I'm just replying to someone a sec. So, someone called Goldfish here, I don't know if they're in stream, has sent me what he thinks is a clan boss team with Emic, Maneater, Seeker, Elva, and Draco. We'll have a look, see if we can build it on the calculator. We have updated the Dead with Jedi calculator. Emic is sort of on there. So if you want to like start preparing for your Emic, God forbid if we ever get that clan boss speed team done, or even if we get the fusion done, because the fusion looks horrific, you can start going and play with it. Let me just turn this off a second. Start playing with it. And see if you can figure out speed tunes. He's in there. Like, I'll show you now. He's in all his glory. Music is too loud. Yeah, I thought it might be. Hang on. Let me do this. Do that. Do that. How is that? Is that better? Oh, no wonder why. Hang on. You know when you're looking at your OBS and you thought you changed the audio for your microphone and put it up, and in actuality what you did is you like hiked up the desktop audio to like maximum. No wonder why it was a bit off. I moved the wrong green bar. Sorry about that. I moved the wrong green bar. Is that better? Hopefully that audio should be a little bit better now. Less blasting your ears off. Yeah, there's like... OBS is like the different audio tracks. I moved the... Now increase the total volume by 10%. Okay. We'll get it right eventually. Professional streamer and all. It's funny because if I increase my mic output anymore, like it starts peeking into the red, which is never a good thing. I've been trying to like get the balance right. You've been noticing like I'm trying to like improve the quality of the videos a little bit as well, trying to get better like, you know, bounce to it and everything. So we've got a new editor. It's doing really good, really great. So yeah, so I'll be with you now and just respond to this. And I just need to make 1 second here. So I just need to make sure I've replied to these messages and I am fully focused. Dutchy, in reply to your message in Discord, we're on 100%, not 50 anymore. We're on 50. So what are we going to do today? We're probably going to talk about the new champions a little bit. We'll have a little look at the Emic maybe in the calculator. Maybe we'll have a little play with that. I actually don't really want to spend any resources on any of my accounts other than getting them, because this fusion looks like it's going to be horrific. Looking back, and I'm remembering how bad Lonotharol is, or Lonotharol was as a schedule. Even though I did Lonotharol, I'm remembering because I can remember getting these fragments. And I remember, like, you couldn't skip anything, and everything was pretty horrific, and, like, you had to do both aspects of both summoning events. Honestly, I worry I'm going to look at the schedule and instantly go, the free-to-play can't do it. Because I'm barely scraping 3-key Ultra Nightmare at the moment in Clan Boss, because Gnut's A2 is not booked. And because he's not booked, he's got 4 turn cooldown, not 3, and he's not got 100% decreased attack, so it's just not consistent enough. So yeah, I'm a bit scared about the old fusion. It looks a bit rough, I'm not gonna lie. So we'll have to see. But what we do have is in the Dead Jedi calculator, we had a few little issues. You can now put speed, righteous, and perception sets. Apparently we missed that when we did the righteous update. I still need to add kill stroke into here, but to be honest, this list is so long now. I fear adding another set, and we're gonna have a little think about how this is gonna work. Me and Dead will have to get our brains together. But Emic is in here, so if we put him at 191 speed, you can see he does his nice little taunt buff, shield buff, unkillable. So we can put in things like Seeker, and we can actually start building a clan boss team. You know, Seeker can come in here, get some boosting going on. He gets his own unkillable. We can use the full tracking power of Dead Jedi calculator to figure out how we're going to make Emic Trunkheart the next great clan boss champion. I'm sure Dead has already got some crazy plans. Let's just see what Goldfish was saying here. He was basically saying... Speed aura? What was he saying? Emic at 279. To be honest, I haven't had time to even look at any speed tunes yet, because I'm so busy with trying to get everything ready for the mobile optimizer and trying to get all that done, that my brain capacity to actually think about anything mathematical is not there. It's just not there. You know, that's why, to be honest, some of the videos have not been super on point. We're using an aura here. Are we putting a delay in? Must be using an aura. 19%. Well, look at this. Well, it kind of works. I mean, it's not affinity friendly. Well, it works on Spirit. Won't work on stun targeting though, right? Because Emic doesn't have block debuffs, so Emic is going to get stunned. Oh, Elva cleanses. Oh, that's really clever. So it does work. It's full auto, I think. To be honest, you can change this, because you can just do that. Why is that changing? That shouldn't change. Not entirely sure why that's changing. Wonder what could be causing that. Oh, because we need to put a 2-turn delay on that. That's it. Probably if we prioritize that. This is the fun that we will have with this eventually. Ideally, what you want to do. So here's the thing with Emic Trunkheart, right? If you can get another like cooldown reducer, then you could run Emic in a 3-1. I'm very interested to see if we can get some sort of weird double seeker on the go. You could also do things like, I mean, this will work basically if you just prioritize his A2. You see it falls into tune here. That's because he's doing his A2 at this point. So if you were to delay this, he's doing it 1 turn too early. You delay that. That would be a more desirable setup. This would be a more desirable setup. Because then you don't even need the Man-Eater, apart from... you don't even need the Man-Eater then. I'm pretty sure. Because he's always going to be under Taunt. So he's always going to be under Unkillable. As long as he replaces the Unkillable here and here, nobody runs out of the Unkillable. Wait, why is he not doing his A3 here? He should be doing A3. Oh, look, we need to just delay it 1 more turn. Nope. Where we want it to run is A3 here, A3 here, and then the A2 can just go wherever. Because we want the Unkillable to start here and start here. But for some reason, he doesn't want to do his there. Is it because it's a 4 turn? I'm pretty sure 4 turns can go 2-1 from memory. Because it should be 3 turn, 2 turn available. Unless it's a 3 turn cooldown that needs to be like that. Which if that is the case, we would have to do something like this. Drop Painkeeper here. Put a 1 turn, just turn that off. This is what I mean, look. This is what I mean. This is what I'm talking about. If we can set something up like this, right? Oh, for God's sake. Go away, War Maiden. Sorry. He's banned. He's gone. I need to make some more moderators at some point. I just literally banned him. Honestly. I did DM H's thoughts on the great Hoof Loriark and Painkeeper as an option for 3-1 she's block debuffs. So Tooch has been like all over trying to get Loriarka to work, and I need to add it to the calculator. Just haven't had a chance yet, so I probably will have a look at trying to get it in the calculator, because I think Loriarka could be moved into like a clan boss like speed tune thing, right? So sorry about that, guys. I was distracted. This is what happens here. I get distracted by all these things. Do the cooldown reductions work in the calculator? Yes, they do, Grandel. Emic is coded as exactly as he is. YST was kind enough to do some testing for me, and he has confirmed that Emic's A2 is reducible by other cooldown reducible effects. So he doesn't reduce it himself, but he will reduce it. He will reduce it for other people, right? And someone else can reduce his. So Painkeeper can reduce an Emic. So if you put like a Painkeeper Emic together, could be interesting. I don't think you need to run double Emic. Like, you'd lose damage by running double Emic. In an ideal world, who we want in here is this person. Countess Lix would be the absolute. You can see where we're going with this. This is my concept that I want to explore. Can we actually get Seeker to basically do twice the amount of boosting in one rotation, which means we can actually get to a 3-1 without requiring increased speed? And if we can do that without increased speed, can we then actually run double Relentless? And does it actually go a little bit crazier? That's a real potential, you know? But that's what I'm thinking, is if we can get something like a Deacon double or a Seeker double where you can get his extra turn twice, then you can get this into a 3-1 quite comfortably, because essentially Seeker's going to give you 60% turn meter boost every single turn instead of 30%. That's quite a lot. So if you run Emic lead and Nia, will she reliably reduce Emic? So in a neutral setting, Nia will target leader. And what I mean by neutral setting is no loss of health and no debuffs. She'll always go leader. But if you can't avoid the debuffs or the loss of health, then it becomes a bit flaky. Countess Lix is the one you'd want. The reason why is because Countess Lix gives you weaken, which means all you need in the rest of your team is the tune and decreased defense, because Emic Trunkheart is going to be enough to keep you, like, alive. You need something to deal with the debuffs, so we need a block debuff champion. It doesn't have to be. Ideally, I want to try and not use increased speed, because it's the increased speed buff that normally blocks off the ability to use relentless, because when you have increased speed, you just can't sustain it. Now, it could be that we can do it more interestingly if we're reducing it all every 1 turn. What's going to make Emic really awkward is he's going to reduce the cooldowns of every champion by 1 turn, so your 3 turns become a 2 turn. So actually trying to get a 3-1 champion with a 3-turn cooldown consistent with a champion that's going to put it to a 2-turn cooldown is going to be where it's going to be a problem. We might actually have to start looking at champions with a 4-turn cooldown that we want to turn to a 3-turn cooldown rather than a 3-turn cooldown naturally, right? You know, someone like Elva Autumnborn is a natural 3-turn cooldown. She books to 3-turn cooldown, which means when we're using Elva here, she's going to be like doing, you watch her here, A1, A2. When he does his A2 again, which would be like here, she's done A2. She's going to get that back a turn sooner than you'd like. But you can see the concept here. We're not that far away with this speed turn where Emic would go 3-1. As long as Emic is going 3-1 with another cooldown reducer, then he should always have his A3 unkillable every single turn. Now, you don't need it every single turn, but if you can't run him on a 3-1, you have to run him on a 2-1, and you have to put it almost like you would normally do with a shield extender combo, where you start the turn with his A2, extend it, so then he can reapply at the end of turn 2, a little bit like that, to get yourself into a full 2-1. I actually think it's probably more beneficial for him if you can get him into a 3-1 and then build a team around that. Because if he's going 3 turns, it means you're getting a guaranteed A2 every single turn and a guaranteed A3 every single turn. And it becomes incredibly powerful. It's a bit like a Demitha, right? Demitha gets that extension every single clan boss turn. There's the scope for potential here is crazy good. Like, could we get to a 4-1 without needing Razelvarg's passive, right? I mean... Hi, Saf. Which Godseeker skill is it I meant to fully book, and which one do I not want to fully book? The passive can be as booked as much as you want, James, but the A3 is the one, the revive, as in the actual targeted revive, is the one that you have to be careful of. So... Also, with an Emic and Painkeeper comp, Gnut would have an insane crit damage on his A3. The weird thing is that Emic's deep crit damage will be on 2 turns sometimes. Yeah, I mean, yeah. If you run Gnut in full reflex, don't use his A2, you could do it. How does this A1 impact nerf his viability outside? I mean, I never really looked at his shield extended that much. Like... So let's just talk about what was happening with that, okay? So the issue with his A1 when they released it into the test server was you've got a champion like Corpulent Cadaver who has the ability, where is he? He's down here somewhere, to do bonus damage based on the value of a shield. And it's a flat 30%. So if I've got 100,000, I do 30,000 more damage, right? That is just the way it is. Now, that additional damage can't crit, but it doesn't really matter. Because what was happening was people were using an ally attacker because the new guy is a A1 shield extender. Unlike Brogny's shield extension is based on his damage. So essentially, with Brogny, you actually need to build him to do damage, right? Because you can see increases the value of shield equal to 30% of the damage he deals. So if he only deals like 10,000 damage, he's only going to increase it 3,000. The problem with the new guy was his A1 was essentially whatever the shield is at the time of me taking a turn, extended by 25%. So you created an exponential growth issue where every single time you did A1, you grew the shield by 25%, which meant that the shield next time you grew it was 25% stronger than it was before. So that 25% got even more valuable than the previous 25%. And again, and again. And before you realize it, you've probably built like, you know, you've got 1 million shield. Well, 25% of million is 250,000. So that A1 becomes exponentially more powerful. Now, I'll be honest. I personally think they need to do more than just what they did. I actually think they need to nuke this ability a little bit. I feel like this ability needs a value cap. And this is going to upset everyone in chat who loves the Infinity comp. The reason why I say it needs some sort of cap is because every time they release any champion that's going to have some form of shield growth ability, they're always going to have to think, is it going to make Corpulent Cadaver OP again? Right? They've kind of like solved the problem of one champion, but left the big glaring elephant in the room, which is there's only one champion in the game that really found a lot of value with it, and it's a random rare that you can pick up, right? So I feel like they need to put some sort of value cap on this on top of the value cap they did with the A1 for the new guy. So what they essentially did with the new guy was they capped the amount an individual shield growth could actually have in one go, which means you can only ever grow it by 10,000 each individual time when you think realistically about how much shield will get to, right? So it makes sense. It solves the problem. I was surprised they did it to the Void Legendary, because I would have thought they would have rather just nuked the Corpulent Cadaver, because it's a rare champion, right? And the few people who had Infinity Comps would be upset for a couple of weeks, but they don't really care, right? What they care about is, can we sell the new Fusion? Can we sell the new Void Legendary? So by nerfing the Void Legendary, I'm actually quite surprised they took that step, because I was expecting them not to do that. So it wasn't really a nerf, Gelnar. It's about the same nerf as they did with Artak, right? This is more of a nerf than Artak, because they've actually changed what the skill does, where Artak, they actually just made it do what the skill should do. But if they'd released the champion, like, honestly, right, if they'd released this champion into the game, it would have broken the game. Like, I was hearing stories, we hit like 4 billion in the clan boss in 8 turns. I've heard stories that they did like 7 billion damage in Hydra in like 50 turns, right? I've seen screenshots that I don't want to share, because obviously it's internal communications and things within the team that have basically said, oh, by the way, someone in like has been testing it and they found out that it does this kind of crazy damage. And it's like, okay. So yeah, they had to do something, because otherwise it would have broken the game. Like, literally all you had to do was bring Corpulent Cadaver with any any low HP gear, bring the new guy, and just bring ally attackers and just grow it to the extreme extent, and it just did so much damage. It was so stupid. So yeah, I mean, honestly, it's not that they don't test the champion, because again, right, here's the thing. They probably tested the champion in standard gameplay experience. So what I mean by that is, one, does the champion skills work? Do they do what they say they're meant to do? And they probably tested that and they said, yes, it works. The shield is growing. Then they'll go to, can we put him in anyway? And is he absolutely broken on his own? No. He needs other people. They just didn't think about the Infinity Comp. They didn't think about what would happen if you put Corpulent Cadaver and like 4 ally attackers. Now, I attribute that a little bit to the way that they did Nogdar with the Sand Devil, right? They released Sand Devil. They probably tested a bunch of different comps that they had in mind of how you beat it. And then some bright spark went, I wonder if Nogdar works, and broke the game. That's not really... it's very difficult to test every single skill. You've got to remember there's over like 2,500 different effects in the game on different champions, right? There's a lot to test in one go. So they'll do unit testing. They'll make sure that the champion does what it's meant to do to some extent. But hey, this is why they have the test server, right? This is what the test server's for. That creators can go on, they can use their brains, they can figure out if it's going to work, and then they find these things of like, guys, you probably need to fix this because this is really, really broken, and then they react so that we don't experience it in the live game. You guys are no worse off than the change, right? How did the A1 change? They've capped the amount of shield growth can happen to 10,000. So you can't grow a shield more than 10,000 every A1, which is sensible. So, give them credit. They've caught the bug, they've realized the potential problems, and they fixed it before we even got anywhere near the fusion. Credit to Plarium. That's exactly the process you should have. That is the process of good feedback. It's still a nerf to my bolster set champion for arena. Still a nerf to my bolster set. I don't really understand that. I don't see how it could be a nerf to your bolster set when you haven't even used the champion yet. Yeah, I need to buy my tag teams. Sorry if I missed it now, but does this guy make this guy weaker than stronger than Brogni? He's not, like, I think probably, like, he was more... His kit is meant to increase the shield, but that's not the reason why he exists, right? It's not gonna be that much. It's not gonna be better than Brogni. Like, he's not gonna replace Brogni, but he's a decent shield growth, right? It's better. It's the second best shield growth in the game. Krakoth is not as good as that. So, and it's not really nerfed the champion, right? The champion is still god tier in, like, clan boss. He's still probably going to be god tier in things like arena, probably in some capacity. But they should fix Cadaver, because as I said, if they release another champion in the future that's got it, they're going to have the same problem, and then they're going to be at the same square one, right? And if we're being honest, should a rare champion really in the game be doing 1 million damage to the clan boss? Like, really? I mean, I know it's cool and it's fun, and we built the Infinity Combinate, but in terms of proper sensible, if we put our sensible hats on, should a rare non-void champion really be doing over 1 million damage to the clan boss per hit without actually having to build any stats on it? Probably not, if we're being honest, right? It's probably a miracle that nobody's nuked the Infinity Comp sooner, because I would have done by now. Let's just do a live arena battle while we're talking, because I got to do it so I don't decay. Could you still one key with a mediocre team? I don't think so, no. From my understanding, people are telling me that it's not that good anymore. Honestly, he's strong from his A3 and his A2 perspective and his passive. His A1 was bonus. His A1 should not be why he exists, right? No champion's A1 should be why they are really, really strong. It should be an additional power to their kit, but it shouldn't be the main reason why you want to use him. They basically didn't care about his A3, didn't care about his A2, and just basically used his A1. That's not good. Oh, absolutely, Acrobat. I'm not saying that the Infinity Comp is accessible. I'm not saying it's an easy comp. What I'm saying is, should a single champion of that low quality in terms of player size really do that much damage? Probably not. It did kill the CB records, Dimitra. So it's kind of like you have to approach it like, if we exclude the Infinity Comps, how are we rating it? You know, how are we in terms of other people? That's kind of like how you have to approach it. If you exclude the Infinity Comp, because you can't even beat other people's Infinity Comp now because you've hit the cap of the game. And it's not like I'm trying to diminish Mullet Reaver's work and diminish Victor Tess's work, because it's really impressive to watch them in terms of like how they've like theory crafted it and min-maxed it. That's really good. That's really important part of the game, and like that's why we enjoy playing Raid. And I think it's really cool that they broke it down to like the 4 billion. I'm just saying, from a developer's brain, and put my developer hat on, I'm going, a rare champion shouldn't be able to do what no other champion in the game should be able to do. Like, that's just not correct. No, his A1 is nothing to what... His A3 and his A2 is what makes him really strong. Yeah, look at that. Oh, we got a stun. Well, you can kill one. There's hope. There's very limited hope. There is hope. There's a stun coming out. Oh, we didn't get stunned. We might lose people, though. Okay, well, we can just kill him. Use your A2. Use your other AoE. Thank you. That's what I wanted. Wow, that was nice and easy. Oh, thank God. I don't have to do that again. I had to do it, otherwise I was going to decay. It's like, I don't want to do that again. We're good for that. We did manage to get the 3-star. So we got 3, 4, and 5-star Artak. And I got myself some oil as well. So we did pretty well in the path. I'm pretty happy with that. That's pretty good. What do I think of the Fire Lizard? Yeah, Sulfy, as I like to call him. Good old Sulfy. He looks good. He looks really strong. I actually think where Sulfy is going to be best placed is alongside his best pal, Nekmathar. Lizards stay together, right? The amount of turn meter control and turn meter like boosting you're going to get between Nekmathar and Sulfi is going to be like absolute bonkers strong. Like, you know, he gives you increased speed, turn meter, decreased speed, leech, decreased attack, decreased air, and aura. The other guy basically gives you turn meter every time he burns someone, increases his own speed. Every time a burn happens, he gives you more speed. Like, it's literally, you're never ever not going to take a turn with those two in a team. It's absolutely broken. Yeah. It's kind of crazy. So, can unkillable extended? No, unkillable buffs and block damage buffs cannot be extended. Just like provokes and stuns cannot be extended either in combat. Otherwise, you could create an infinite loop, and they didn't want you to do that. Do you think the new Within is worth burning all of my stuff here to do it for, even if I hit 1 key Ultra Nightmare? So here's the breakpoint for the new fusion, right? Let's just put 3 things on the table first. First thing, he is a Void Legendary. So if you are not going to go for a Void Legendary fusion, you need to be like certain you do not want that champion, because there is like no guarantee you're ever going to pull that champion. So that's the first thing you've got to remember. He's a Void Legendary. The second thing is he is a unique champion. There is no champion in the game that can do unkillable, cooldown reduction, and increase skill cooldowns on a passive in the game. There is no other champion that can do all 3 in one kit. There is actually not that much of a good champion that can do what his passive can do in the game. And his A2 actually is really strong as well, being on a 3-turn cooldown. So again, you've got a Void Legendary with a very unique kit. So when we talk about unique kits, we're looking forward 6 months and we're going, you know, is there something coming down the pipeline that we're going to need his unique kit for? Now, if you have someone like Jetney, right, when Jetney came out, the reason why I was kind of like saying, look, if you don't want to do Jetney, don't worry about it because there's nothing special about her, is because Jetney actually didn't have anything unique in her kit. She did a bit of damage, she placed decreased defense, and she stunned on an A1. Like, there's nothing special about her kit, right? She just does damage and does a decreased defense. So if you wanted to skip Jetney, you're like, fine, look, I can probably find another champion that can fill her role in any content they release in the future. I couldn't say that for this new guy because there's a very strong possibility that you'll never see a champion like him again because of how unique his kit is put together, right? So that's the second thing. There is the consideration as well that if you're not doing Clan Boss or you care about high-end arena, I think he then becomes mandatory. Like for my free-to-play, I'm not hitting Ultra Nightmare. He will make Ultra Nightmare accessible. He's on Helicath tier for making Ultra Nightmare accessible. He has a few more, you know, tricky situations, but you can always turn off that A2 and just run him as an A3 unkillable, right? As a 4-turn cooldown and do some sort of Black Tower kind of thing where you have like a Warcaster covering the final turn. So he then becomes also a really good Clan Boss champion because of the taunt. You can easily manage the stun targeting much better than any other champion, right? So if you're not hitting Clan Boss, you're not, and you care about high-end arena, then that's the third thing. So those are the 3 things you've got to consider. If you don't care about the Void Legendary status, you don't really worry about future content coming down the pipeline, and you already 1 key Ultra Nightmare and you don't care about high-end arena, then he's skippable because the event model is awful. You've got to go into this basically understanding you're probably going to have to do both parts of both summoning events. That's how Lonathara was. You couldn't. They basically gave you 15 fragments that you could lose without winning a tournament, and they put 20 in every single summoning event. So if you don't win a tournament, you have to do both summons. If you do the tournaments and you win a tournament, you can skip the summons, but you have to do every single other tournament. You can't miss a thing. So it's going to be quite tough. But maybe the model's better. I don't know. We'll have to see. Like, I'm only basing it off what Lonathara is. We don't get many of these like hybrid fusion models. We had it for Brogni. We had it for Lonathara. I think we had it for one other champion as well. I can't remember which one it was. We had it for one other champion as well. And every single time they've not been great. They've been hard. Hey, YST. And what we also got to remember is Lonathara was pre-inflation boom, right? The game, like, event points have inflated about 40% since the Lonathara. So you've got to kind of go into it. It's going to be as difficult as Lonatharil with plus 40% after a difficult Gnut that everyone to get. That's what you got to decide. Hey, YSD. How's it going? And we also don't know, right? So here's the thing. We know the new champions. We know there's 3 epics. Now, it could be they do 1, 2, and 2 dupes, right? 2 epics and a third that's done twice. They could do 3 of the Force epic and 1 of the Void. Or if they really, really, really want to be real, like, terrible people, they could do 4 Voids and force it in a situation where the only time you can get potions is on 1 day. Like 2 days of the fusion. They could do that as well. They really want to be absolute horrendous people. There is one caveat to all of this. You can pull the epics. So if you pull the epic, you might save yourself an entire summon, which might be enough, right? If you can pull, if it's 3 of the Force and 1 of the Void, and you pull that Force epic, there's a very high possibility you can skip a summoning event, because they'll probably put like 20 fragments on one of the summoning events. Now, the only thing I don't understand is normally when they do this, is normally new champions. Because if you think you're collecting fragments, right? Well, if they do 3 of the same Force champion, and I'm collecting fragments for that, how does that work? Do you just keep, like, you get it? What happens if you get enough fragments for one of them, and then you fuse it? Do you just get, like, 300 fragments? We haven't really had a situation where, you know, we're in this situation here, where we go in here and we go, oh, I've got, like, 300 out of 100 Jetney. Normally, you can't fuse this more than once. That's the model. I've never really seen them do a system where you can, like, reuse a champion fragment summon. Like, I've got Negorio here at 60 because I never finished it. I summoned him. I never actually used this one here, right? I've never seen them actually do it where you can go twice. Now, it's not to say that you couldn't. It's just that traditionally, when we've been looking at, ever since they've released these champion fragments, we've never had it so that they want you to get it twice, right? They've never actually pushed you in a direction where you have to do it multiple times. It's always been, you know, if you manage to get enough more extra, you can do it, right? But I don't really know how it's going to be. If it's 4 of the same, and you pull one of those champions, well, you've basically saved yourself 100 fragments worth of events, which is probably a summon event, which makes the whole fusion, like, 10 times easier. No, it'll always be 4 epics, Sunts. The other thing they could do is reuse an epic somewhere. I guess. They could do. I very much doubt they'll do 3. Purely because that would require them to code it to do 3. And I'm like, they're not going to go out of their way to do that. Yeah, I've seen people get to like 140, right? You can see I've got like 100. I'm pretty sure they've hidden some of mine now, but like Ruel, I got the fusion, I got 25. Bergoth, I did the fusion, I got 40, right? You can go over, but normally you never really get to like 1.5. It's very rare. Like, my main is not in question. My main is absolutely fine. I've got 7 Sacreds, I've got 76 Ancients, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 legendary champions if I need to. I'm good to go. I can spend on this account if I want to, right? It's not a problem. But my free-to-play is, as they say, on the ropes, ready to be knocked out. It's not looking pretty. But on all of my accounts now, I'm on full horde mode. There's a reason why I'm sitting on 2,000 energy. I know if I spend the energy, I'll earn like 400 over the 3 days. But I have nothing to really spend the energy on. Right? I really don't care for this champion training event. It's too much effort. I really, like, I've been doing this. It's fine. It's 15 artifacts. I really don't care about this until tomorrow. I might have to burn the energy for Spider tomorrow because it's CvC. But it's like a non-personal, so I'm going to try and do this as little as possible. I'll probably use some of my forge materials and just try and queue up that energy as much as I can. Don't really care about this. I'll be honest, I don't care about that because it's from the Corrupted Alliance. I only do Artak. Artak is Orcs. He's not in the Corrupted Alliance. I couldn't give 2 hoots about this because I'm not going to risk the fusion trying to get some silly Ice Golem tournament that I don't want. So as long as you've got, like, I think this amount of shards, you're good. You normally need around about 4 to 5. Now, it's difficult this time because I said it. You're probably looking at needing 3,500 to 4,000 summon rush points. That's kind of like how many points you're going to need. Now that translates to about 7 to 8 sacred shards. So if I just basically go, I'm going to get all of my summon rush from sacred shards, because it's the good news is there's a Doom Tower. So we've got at the top of Doom Tower this month 2 sacred shards that we'll get in the fusion. So I'm sitting on probably like 10, because I'll probably pick up one from Clan Boss. So that's enough. If you've got like 8 to 10 sacred shards, you're good. You're absolutely good. Now for the chase is all about your ancient shards. So if you've got about 76 ancient shards, you should be good for the chase, because you'll probably get enough epics out of it, right? It's the way that chase is all about the number of ancient shards you've got, not about the number of sacreds. Summon rush, sacred shards. Chase, ancient shards. And if you need to dip into your portal, I don't like dipping into my portal because I've only really got one more champion to go, which is Jinro. After Jinro, my summoning portal dries up. I run out of Doom Tower legendaries, so we're only down to fusions, right? That's the only ones. I don't have any more daily login champions. So the actual, like, free points that I can just summon is dependent on other fusions. It's not dependent on me being able to get them from other places. So that's kind of like where I would say, you need to assess. Do you have around about 8 sacred shards, or can get 8 sacred shards? Do you have 76 ancient shards? Now, you could go for referrals, but if you're not at around level 45, you're probably not going to get them in time. It takes about a month and a half. But you could go for some of these sacred shards. If you wanted to, you could buy stuff on the sacred shard, on the referral account. I wouldn't recommend it, but you could if you wanted to actually get yourself there. I haven't actually got Chronom yet, Magnadara. I could get him if I wanted to, I just haven't bothered. If you are going to go this route, make the account today. Because if you make the account today, you can get yourself the Kota codes, the Call of the Arbiter codes, and get yourself a ton of free login, like free stuff. I might actually do that now. I got to remember how to do it though, because it's an actual pain to do it. I think you have to basically create a new instance and everything. It's a real pain in the backside to do this. Get referral link. But yeah, I mean, if you're going to do it today, because you'll get a load of Kota codes, right? You can see I have not bothered with either of mine because Chronom is not a big deal for my account. What about silver? It's around about 20 million silver an event, and they do 3 every single one, so I think 60 million silver is enough. You can get it across the event though, because you will be doing, there'll probably be a dungeon for every single one. They'll probably throw that in. I can't imagine they'll throw in anything like Sand Devil. That won't happen. So you should be fine. So, you want a level 1 for me, Magnadara, do you? Alright. I don't expect it from anyone. You'll have to DM me though, because I can't send it to you over YouTube. It'll get flagged up. So, I ended up making 3 for myself a couple of weeks ago for the Kota codes and got Artak on all since the progression. Like, yeah, I mean, it depends if you really care about it, right? Obviously, if you don't care about it, you just want the sacred shards, then it's fine. So there. Remove that from my referral list. So yeah, so, if you're going to do it, today is the day to get those Kota codes. But as I said, I'm on Horde mode right now. Like, what is this? I don't want extra player and play points. What is extra player and play points going to get me? Oh, look. I can get closer to 10 fragments. Wow. It's bad enough. I'm at 9,000. It's great that they actually created a whale, a whale chart for us, right? It's bad enough that I have to watch this and look at this. It's concerning that Hellhades has got Searsha. That's the bigger concern. Filthy Kraken that he is. What I want to do first is I just to buy some of these. 250 will do. Buy up these for tomorrow. We've got the inbox down to 250. We're forever progressing. How many energy shards? So I just covered the shards. I think if you've got around 7 or 8 sacred shards, you should be good. If you're around this kind of ancient... 7 or 8 sacred shards, you should be good. If you're around about this level of ancient shards, or you've got a lot of champions in the portal, you should be good as well. It's very difficult because we don't know until we see the set schedule, right? The schedule will define everything. It's when I'm going to decide whether the free-to-play can actually do it or not. Do you see Hellhades Void Pull video? He's nowhere near the top of the global leaderboard. Did he go for Kaima? He didn't go for Kaima, did he? I mean... Isn't it great that they gave us a ×10 to extend it a little bit further? You can see I pulled a few because I wanted the Mortal Soul Stone so I could just like save myself some points on summoning, I guess. I should really pull a few more just to get like that, but like, you know, I ain't pulling for this nonsense. I've already got 2 Turwals and 2 Ultimate Death Knights. I don't want any more. So, hey Zeph, do you know if summoning champions from inbox gives you points for the champion chase? I think once it goes in the inbox, I think it's too late. I think once it's in the inbox, it's too late. Unless it goes in the inbox the same day as the chase, obviously. Where did you get to in the Artak path? I basically went for what I thought was the most efficient one, which was the 3, 4, and 5 soul. And then I just got a few oil, because actually this is quite a lot of thing. I didn't really have any more energy last night to farm. I was so late getting home and I was basically trying to do... I did my last clan boss run for my advanced mission on my main account 5 minutes before reset. Like, scraping together all the dailies. So yeah, at the moment I have a 1-star Artak. So we're basically now waiting for Artak to appear in here. You know, this Baron that we're never ever going to buy. So yeah, we've got them all here ready to go. I did get a Grisor out of my Eternal Soulstone that we got from Sylvan Watcher's Faction Wars. And yes, I apologize if I clickbaited everyone with my Sylvan Watchers, go get yourself an Eternal Soulstone. You can forgive me a clickbait every now and then. But to be fair, everything I said in there was truthful. And what I did think was people probably, what I should have highlighted in the video, was I was actually thinking people might overspend on the last day trying to get their last Vengeance coins and not realize they've got 7,500 sitting there if they're like me and have done all their faction wars, right? 7,500 points is a lot of silver. It's a lot to save. We went for the 2, 3, and 4. Okay, yeah, solid. Can Emma Keeper be a budget unkillable? I think there's probably a team there. Yeah. Do you regret doing the free-to-play challenge or do you enjoy it? It's a very dark question. It's a very difficult and dark question, that. Do I enjoy it? What I enjoy about the free-to-play is that it helps me remain grounded. Right? It helps me remain grounded in understanding the challenges that my main account doesn't have. The issues of trying to build that first clan boss team and trying to build your first dungeon teams and trying to work with very little silver and energy and trying to work with less than ideal artifacts and trying to build that artifact pool up. And then, you know, today, like, stressing out over the fact that my Kale would not hit Warmaster one time to heal himself on the Agreth Spider. The free-to-play has achieved what I wanted it to achieve, which was set my mind frame in the position of someone who doesn't have everything and doesn't have the world and can't just one-shot everything, and can I then relate to those people so that when I do content, it is not just, oh, well, you know, I've got like a 7,000 Whisper and I can just one-shot it, or I've got a 7,000 Constantine, I can just one-shot it, right? I can actually frame the context in my brain against the challenges that every player has, and then hopefully that helps. It helps deliver better content. That was my goal. So in that sense, I've been successful. But I'm also incredibly frustrated because I can't one-shot everything, and I can't just blitz everything, and I can't just destroy everything, and things won't go my way. So I suppose that's part of the reality, right? And it is also very incredibly exhausting having 2 main accounts, a full-time job, and content, right? So it's technically 2 full-time jobs. So trying to maintain both of those accounts and keep them both up to date and then do 2 fusions on them, it's a bit of a killer. But yeah, I think it's kind of worked, right? That's why even after the event finishes, which I think, you know, to be fair, the free-to-play event is coming to an end pretty soon. It feels like it. I'll probably keep going with the account because it helps me treat everyone. You know, it helps me keep myself grounded. It helps me keep myself from just being an elitist, as people like to call me from time to time. It won't take my harsh takes on some champions, but, you know. So, yeah. I will get that. What I will say, though, is once the free-to-play event does come to an end fully, it might be that I get the gem pack on that account, right? I'm not going to buy packs, but I might get the gem pack, if that makes sense. I know some people will say, oh, it's against the free-to-play mentality. Just because I feel like most players who play this game any sort of religiously probably buy the gem pack. Like, that's like having a subscription to play WoW or something like that. So I might do that. I haven't decided on it yet. It depends on how the event ends and what we do and whether I keep it going and stuff like that. But I just feel like not having the gem pack is kind of brutal. Do you think this rotation is the easiest Doom Tower rotation? I think... Well, I actually think Eternal Dragon is quite hard for some people who don't have things. I don't like the Aggress Spider. I find that very difficult unless you have Paragon. If you have Paragon, then yeah, probably. So. How about a 1+1 Ancients during Fusion Champion Chase? They won't do that, no. Nah, they won't do that. They do 1+1 events to drain your shards before the next one. So, what champ would you want on your free-to-play account? Emic Lockhart, or Trunkheart. I keep calling him Lockhart. Emic Trunkheart. So, honestly, the free-to-play's got great champs. Yeah, the point is, though, what I don't want to do on the other account is if it does finish a free-to-play series, is I don't want to, like, just inject it full of money. That's not the point. The point is, play an account like every other player plays an account, and if you're serious about playing the game, you probably have bought a pack here or there, right? So I'll probably buy the gem pack, which counts for a pack here or there. If I do it, I wouldn't go anywhere near shard packs. I wouldn't go near anything else. It would literally just be a monthly gem pack as a subscription. You know? Can I ask for a tip? You can ask for a tip. I don't know if I can give you the answer, but I can try. Yeah, I have got Geo now, Andrew, but I haven't had a chance to build any of them up yet, you know? I've been focused so hard on trying to get Clan Boss done and put resources into that, but not take any resources away from the account because I need it for the fusion, that I don't have time. Like, what I didn't want to do is use this champion training event to put all my resources into on the free-to-play when I know I'm going to have to do a champion training event for the fusion. So, people like Stag Knight, people like Geomancer, people like Lady of Ireth, I'm going to prioritize the training events during the fusion on the free-to-play. So. I wouldn't call it free-to-play after it ends, Dimitra. I would acknowledge that it's now a low-spending account. When I say the gem pack, I mean this. This pack. I don't mean this. Not this. Not this pack. I mean this one. The $9.99 one. That's the one I would get because it's resource. Just makes the game easier to play. Hi, can you suggest a slow and fast speeds for integrating Skrunk into Mythfu? Yeah, let me find the link. Hang on. Let me just find the Mythfu link and I'll build it for you now. You think because I made this tune I'd have it saved somewhere, but I really don't. I can't spell Skrunk. Okay. Right, what do we need to do? We normally need to prioritize this, and then we need to delay it normally like that. One of these needs to be delayed, and I'll find in a second. I'm pretty sure we need to prioritize that. I always forget these things. Which one is his boost? I always forget which one his boost is. Scranky boy, scrank. His boost is the A3. Right, okay, that's what I'm doing wrong. I need to boost the A3. It's been a while since I've done this to a Mythfu. I just remember how it. Normally, when you do bonus turn meter speed, you have to delay it by 1 turn and then slow them down a bit. But this is not apparently working. That's close. And then if we get Seeker a little bit faster, probably Eris a little bit faster, Demitha a little bit faster, Seeker, Demitha, Eris. Fushan, Eris, Seeker, we'll get it there, we're getting closer. Good old Scrank is a nightmare to get, actually. I didn't think it would be this difficult. Oh, we've run out of music. We're getting close here. At 165 we're close. But we do need Seeker to be faster. And I don't even know if that's going to hold. Scrank. You're going too quickly up here. Put your 194. 195. You'd think by now I would have figured out how to do this. Oh, that's close. That is close. It's very close. You can watch me do what I'm doing while I'm doing this. Fair point. I'm trying to basically get his delays in the right place. You are going to have to run a faster team, probably, to get him into the 3-1. It's an annoying boost, it is. Normally what you have to do with these boosters, you delay them a turn until they fall into tune. And then normally you can find a range in which the speed tune boost doesn't really matter too much. But he is proving to be difficult. Wonder if I use the ninja variant and then I adjust the ninja variant. That might be a good idea. Where's the ninja variant? Right, if we adjust the ninja variant to be Skronk and slow him down. A 1 turn delay. No. He's hard to do, actually. There was a comp in the membership version of the optimizer, was there? He's hard to do. Oh, hello. We're starting to find a bit of... We're getting there. See, that's what I'm getting to. I get to a situation where Demitha, it breaks here. Oh, hello. We're getting closer. We get one full turn where it sort of works. Normally, you just have to set a different priority. Probably set as A2. There we go. We've got it. There we go. Just have to set the different priorities because you've got to have it so that... Do we need to delay that still? Yeah, we still need to delay it. So you probably need to open A1, prioritize A2. So you can still have it full auto. That can just go back to normal. This should be good. I think it's good. Block damage, remove debuff. There we go. Let it be known that anything that is asked of me, I can do it. So all you need to do to set it up is you open with his A1 here. You extend, you prioritize his A2, and then allow him to use his A3 after that, and then that will fall in line. There's A2, A3, A1, A2, A3. It'll move around a lot, but it doesn't really matter. Okay. You have 40 Ancients, 8 Voids, and 2 Sacreds, and 2 Legendaries, and 2 Epics. Is it possible to get fusion? Are you doing Doom Tower hard? If you can get the Sacreds on hard, it would probably be helpful. Sorry, what was the exact nerf on Emic? I didn't get it. They've capped the A1 so that it can only do 10,000 shield growth in one A1. So it's no longer an exponential growth. So it'll do 25% up to 10,000, but no more. So, you know, if Quick Battle needs full auto setup or fail, I think YST was setting it earlier. I don't exactly know the requirements. I'll be honest, I don't like the new system. I've already done a video and I had many people dislike my video. Clearly, my take was as upsetting as people thought, as I thought it would be. I had a feeling everyone would be like, it's such a terrible take. Can't believe you said that. And I'm like, look, I love Clan Boss. I don't want to auto Clan Boss. It's just boring to me. You know, but hey, I'm glad it helps people. I don't actually know how it's going to work in detail, though. I think from what I'm understanding, you have to 1 key already. So really, if you think about it, it's only going to affect the people who already 1 key. My biggest concern is what is it going to do to clans in terms of management? It's going to put another layer of management in clans and there's nothing in the game to help them. So there's no like grace period that everyone gets void for, you know, really what they should have done. What they should have done is they should have made an hour grace period. Basically, the clan boss remains on void for 1 hour after reset. So people can actually get an hour's window to at least run their clan boss team on void. Had they done that, I think that's a very good counterbalance to the issue. But I know there are people out there who trust and rely upon void to get their 3 key or their 2 key in. Well, if their clan is a little bit excited and one-shots it, it's like, well, now you haven't got your void keys. So... Exactly, Dimitra. That's exactly what they should do. Quick Battle is available after 3 hours, or you have it so that the void boss stays void for 3 hours. That would be better, in my opinion. So... What do you think about the burn for Stone Skin? Number 8 did a video about the Void Lego making Stone Skin vanished. Honestly, the burn for Stone Skin is the most pointless change they've ever made to the game because it matters not. Other than the fact that you're going to be able to maybe clear some, you know, Ultimate Death Knights in lower tier, I would never commit a champion. Like, this new Lizard guy is not an arena champion. You may be able to burn some Stone Skins. Fine. But what happens when the burn goes? The burn is not enough damage to kill anything. So now you've just got a champion that's just going to sit there and die. Because he's not tank enough to live, because he hasn't got any built-in tankiness. So he's just going to die. I'm like... And that's assuming you don't get polymorphed, assuming there's no Marichka, and assuming there's no cleanser, and assuming there's no... Like, there's so many assumptions. Your best bet with Arena is just to wait the Stone Skin out, and then it's not a problem. It's 2 turns. Like, it's they're slow, but it's 2 turns. You know that you'll outrun the Stone Skin eventually, so you just got to stay alive. So I think it's just much better to focus on staying alive than trying to take out a Stone Skin and then be left with a useless champion that can't do anything. Yeah, but he's not going to... He's a HP-based champion. He's never going to kill anything. Trust me. He's never going to kill anything. And what I'm talking about is, like, places where it really matters. You know, I get this a lot of argument on. It's like Jag Bonesaw, for example. If they were to design one passive that was awful for endgame arena, it would be Jag Bonesaw's passive. Every time he takes a turn, he places 2 debuffs. So not only have you got 1 chance for a polymorph, you've got 2 chances for a polymorph. And it's like, is pretty rough. And what I would say is, even if the new Void Legendary does get picked and does get drafted into arena teams more often, all it'll do is it'll push players back towards Polymorph if they did swap it. And then as soon as he does anything, he's going to get Polymorphed. And then what else? He also revives plus turn meter. Yeah, but you're not going to drop him for Duchess or Siphi or Marichka, are you? I'm not saying that. So let me put it into context. I'm not saying everyone has these champions. What I'm saying is, where it matters, which is the top end of arena, they all have Marichka. They all have Duchesses. They all have Siphis. They all have probably people like Raka Valtide. In terms of the options available, he's like, well, if you don't have Duchess, you don't have Siphi, you don't have Mighty Uko, and you don't have Marichka, then yeah, he might be quite a good option. But once he's burnt the stone skins off, what is he doing? He's a reviver. Right, okay. Cool. What happens when you block revive? What happens when you just kill them? What happens when you just kill him? Because he hasn't got any sort of built-in survivability. He hasn't got any sort of like built-in unkillable. He hasn't got anything like, you know, those sorts of things. Like, it's just not going to happen, right? And the moment you put him into Platinum Arena, Marichka is going to laugh him off the edge of the planet, because whenever you place a burn, Marichka places block damage. What do you do then? So in the place where it matters, he's not good. In the place where it doesn't matter, why would you bring him when you can just bring anyone? My Arbiter works in Goal 5. She revives, she places increased attack, she does turn meter. Okay, she can't get rid of Stone Skin. Well, I can just wait it out if I want to. I just don't think he's an arena champion. He is an absolute Hydra god. I'm not saying he's a bad champion, but just because one video shows him burning lots of stone skins off doesn't mean he's viable for arena. And there's nothing against Nub, because I have all the respect in the world for Nub, and I'm sure the context of the video made sense and everything was cool and you can do it. I'm not saying you can't do it, but if you go ask Scratch, is he an arena champion? Scratch will laugh, because he'll probably say no, probably not. Because Polymorph, because Marichka, because everything else. Like, it's just not going to happen. Like, this is the problem with everything that comes out in terms of arena. Jag Bonesaw, he's got so much sheep potential, he's never going to be viable. Now, in other areas of the game, Jag Bonesaw's passive is absolutely brilliant. Like, Jag Bonesaw's passive, if you can get rid of block passive skills in the Shogun, is amazing, because the Shogun has crit rate. Well, decreased crit rate is really good for Shogun. You know, Clan Boss, he basically makes it so the Clan Boss can never crit you. That's really big. Any boss that he approaches, if he takes a turn, he's going to put decreased crit rate on them. Like, his actual passive is really good. The problem is, if you put him in arena, the moment he takes a turn, he's polymorphed. If he tries to use his A3, he's going to try and steal buffs, because he's going to give himself increased accuracy. He's polymorphed. If he tries to place debuffs, it's just not going to work. They've just designed a champion that's never going to be viable for arena because of polymorph and the way that the game works. So, yeah, exactly. I thought he would, GG, yeah. I'm almost certain he would have said that polymorph was an issue. So it's not that he can't burn off Stone Skin. I mean, any burner can, right? I had Venus and she burnt off Ultimate Death Knight Stone Skin. The problem is the multiplier should persist as a set, right? So what it should be is HP burn does 500% more damage to champions who have the Stone Skin set, not the buff. Because the moment the Stone Skin buff is gone, that champion is useless. Because the HP burn just doesn't do enough. Like, you got to put into context here. Shadow Heal, which is a mastery, it's not even a blessing. This does more healing than the HP burn can do, even when you have Incinerate 6 out of 6. Like, that's the problem. One mastery basically counters the entire of HP burn. Just, it's never going to do enough damage. So once you've got rid of the Stone Skin, great, awesome. Now what do you do? Well, now I've got 25% of my team that is just a bot, because HP burners are not really viable for arena. No, I'm not saying we should get Shadow Heal nerf. What I'm trying to suggest is that there are masteries that basically just counteract the blessing, because really, I've said this like so many times now, they can make HP burn viable. Make this 500%. If you make it 500%, now HP burn is viable. because now it's going to do significant damage and you have to cleanse it, right? It forces you into a cleanse. But at 100% damage, it's so puny, it's going to do nothing because you're starting on a small sum, right? 100% of nothing is double of nothing, right? 100% of a lot of damage is a lot of damage. 100% of 0 is not a lot. So, but for Hydra, which we haven't talked about Hydra Clash yet, I think the little dragon dude, what would I call him? Selfie. I'm calling him Selfie. You can, by the way, guys, you can check all of these out on our. Let me get this right first. Sulfurion. I can't spell his name. It's a bit of a disaster. I'm not gonna lie. Sulfurion. Oh, our pages haven't ranked yet. Oh, there we go. The article's ranked. The champion pages are still working on it. Let's have a look at this here. Can we put this in the right position so this is going to work? So I'm having disastrous moments. There we go. We're going to just call him Selfie. Selfie with a selfie, right? So we obviously got this Emic Trunkheart. We've talked about him right enough. The big thing about Emic Trunkheart is this Vine Quake. This Vine Quake ability here does reduce from other cooldown effects, which was the biggest question I had. Are you going to be able to reduce this cooldown from other champions? It does. So that's a big deal. So what's cool about this guy is he's very, very good turn meter control. So for places where it matters, as in places where you don't care about a speed tune but you want to go really fast, which is mainly Hydra, he's an absolute god, right? Because you're going to place a burn here, it's going to activate the burn, you're going to get a big shield, which is 25,000, which is pretty good. That's a pretty decent, you're never going to get more than 25,000 on a burn, because if you're attacking a boss, it's going to be 25,000, right? So get 25,000 shield. You do get a revive, which is great, because you get an extra turn with that revive, so it's like a 4-turn revive. It's not too bad. This passive is what makes him really good, though, because every time there's a burn getting placed, he's going to give a boost. So what this passive does is empower this A2. So what we need to do is not look at the passive as a skill. We basically look at what Blazing Barrier gives, because his passive is pretty much all activated from this A2. So he's going to place a burn on all enemies. So let's look at it from our Hydra setting. In Hydra, you're going to get 20% turn meter boost every A2. So this A2 now is place a HP burn on all enemies, activate on all enemies, place a shield buff of 25,000 on all allies, and boost all allies turn meter by 20% on a 3-turn cooldown. We also get, whenever a HP burn is activated, heals all allies. So now we've got burn, activate burn, shield, 20% turn meter fill, and 20% heal on that A2. It's all around the A2, the passive. It doesn't work on anything else other than obviously when the Hydras take a turn. I'm just looking at how the passive empowers the A2. Whenever a burn is activated on Scabags, Spiderlings, it heals all allies, right? So it applies the hard mode, right? I guess it means he's just a bit weaker, because probably like 100% heals, probably a bit busted, right? Whenever a HP burn debuff is removed from an enemy, places decreased resistance on that enemy for 1 turn. That's pretty meh, whatever, don't really care. It's alright. Whenever an ally is killed by an enemy under HP burn, fills this champion's turn meter by 20%. And then he gets 7 speed for each burn. So he's going to give himself 7, 14, 21, 28 speed. So he's strong for Hydra, because essentially you get a 3-turn, 20% turn meter fill, 20% heal, AoE burn, AoE activation burn, and a shield. Right, we do get this A1, which, fills a bit of turn meter. But here's the thing with him. If you're not dying in Hydra, all he is a glorified burner. Right? Yes, he can heal, but he's a glorified burner. Right? He's not doing any more than, say, he's not doing a lot of damage with that burn. He's just doing what Cicea does with less stuff. He's got healing and he's got a bit of turn meter. He doesn't replace Nekmothar, because Nekmothar gives you increased speed, he gives you increased turn meter on an extra turn. You also get decreased speed, decreased attack, leech, you know, speed aura. He's nowhere near as strong as Nekmothar. Nekmothar is on a different level, but the two of them together is pretty strong. This is why I don't think he's that good in Arena, because once you've done the A2, what do you have? A little bit of turn meter fill and a revive. And also, if you ever cleanse the burn, great, he's going to get polymorphed again because he's going to place more debuffs. Right, he's just he's a sheep magnet. So, do I think he's a Void Legendary? Close. Do I think he's the best Void Legendary game? No. Am I annoyed that they've added another Void Legendary, which means my chance of getting a Yumiko and Warlord has gone down the drain even further? Kinda. Because that's the thing. Every time we get a Void Legendary, we're getting to this patch. It makes the accessibility of those Warlords, those Yumikos, those Marichkas, those Tarases, those Sifis, like, even harder to acquire. And do I really need... like, another burner? No. Do I need another burner? No. Like, is he doing anything more than Sisia, than Mordecai? Like, Mordecai, like, let's just put it into comparison here. Right, let's just put it into comparison here. Mordecai. Right, he's an epic. What does Mordecai do? He places a burn on all enemies for 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown. He places increased attack. He does a 15% turn meter fill. And he does a chance of decreasing the target's turn meter. Fine. And a bit of accuracy. Is he strong? Absolutely not. He's an epic. But in terms of what I want in Clan Boss, in Hydra, which is burning and speed and turn meter, he's not that far off. You're basically trading a 5% turn meter fill on a different ability and a shield and a heal. It's not that much, is it? It's not that much. So I like him. He looks cool. I don't think he's a bad champion. I just don't know if he's Void Legendary, in my opinion. I think he's a bit of a push. What else we got? Jag Bone Spit. This guy reminds me of... Has anyone seen... by now, you know, of course, Lord of the Rings, I'm obsessed. Has anyone seen the Hobbit? Bolg, son of Azog. Kind of ruins the lore a little bit, but, you know, the films, whatever. He reminds me of Bolg. Good old stumpy head. The one that Legolas jumps across a bridge and stabs a knife in his head. Reminds me of Bolg. Would you ever run him over Artak? Maybe. Chris, maybe. The thing with Artak is you get decreased attack, right? It's kind of powerful. It's kind of powerful. It reminds me of Bolg. Anyway, this guy's cool. He looks cool. He does look cool. Steals one enemy. Why is that got an extra spacing? I have to shout it. Never. Do you know how many HP burn activators would be required to take out Stone Skin? I don't know. Honestly, Gore, I think HP burn to take out Stone Skin is an absolute waste of time. I think it's the most silliest thing they've ever added to the game. I wouldn't even put my time and effort into looking into it. Steals 10% of the target's turn meter, has 25% chance of repeating this skill. This is only the third champion that has a repeat skill. No, is it 4? It's Quintus, Jorgid, Fushan, and this guy. Repeat skills are really cool because they don't have a limit. They don't have a diminishing returns like Relentless, right? It just has a 25% chance every single time he uses A1 to roll again. Chevrolet does as well, right? Cool. Cool. So I like this. This is cool, right? He basically means he keeps stealing turn meter. What you've got to remember with stealing turn meter is it's actually 20% because you gain 10 and the enemy loses 10. So every one of these is effectively a 20% net gain turn meter, which is kind of cool. Hey, Saf, what's up? Been loving your content for the past weeks. Love the analysis and the math side of raid. Thank you, Daniel. I'm glad I'm helping. I agree, Chris. I literally did the live arena today just so I didn't decay, because I've been decaying the last couple of weeks, and it's kind of bad. Yeah, but that assumes, Gort, that you don't have anything like swift parry, that they don't have things like reaction, that they don't have things like neck rep protect in them, and you've got to find things for passives like Duchess passive, and like the stone skin is only one part of the many problems. That's the thing. Isn't he activating all burns and not one instance? Yes, he activates all burns. Yeah, next card he does. So that's why you get when you place it, you get 20%, and when he activates, you heal for 20%. So it's a pretty good ability. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. You'd probably put him in something like reflex gear, so that you can get more A2s. Pretty strong. I don't think he's a bad champion. I just don't know whether I would consider him as strong as a Void Legendaries, right? I just don't think he's as strong as that. So yeah. So this skill is pretty cool, because if he repeats it once, then you get basically 20% self-fill and 20% steal. Actually quite good. If it hits quite hard as well, we got like 30% in books. You know, Spirit Nukers do generally hit quite hard. He's got a big base attack. It's kind of cool. Attacks one enemy's 2 times. Before attacking, transfers all debuffs from this target. I actually like these effects that transfer debuffs. Will you test the unkillable this stream, or is it only theory crafting? I don't have the champion. I don't have test server. I wouldn't be able to test it, unfortunately. Ja Jongu. I probably butchered that. I apologize. I don't have a test server to play around with him. Kind of sucks, because I have so much fun I could do. Not that I have particularly much time at the moment, but it could be so much fun if I had time to actually do it. So yeah, so I like these effects that transfer all debuffs from one target to the target, because what you can do is you can throw away stuff. You don't need accuracy to throw away the debuff, because you don't have to place the debuff. You just want to get rid of it, right? Constantine, the amount of times I've gone, I don't want block burst, I don't want this hex, I don't want this like decrease accuracy. Just throw away the debuff, and then you can do your attack. Now, what's cool is this won't, I got a feeling this won't work unless you physically place the debuff. So, unless you physically place the debuff, this won't work. So, it's strong if it does. But it's got a limited capacity of 100%, right? You can't transfer more than 10 debuffs, so that's kind of cool. For places where you might be able to stack a lot of debuffs, it's not ideal. It would have been nice if it was more like damage from the first hit increases by 10% for each debuff on the target. That would have been more viable. The fact it has to be a debuff you have sent back, if an enemy is not debuffing you a lot, then you can't really get a lot from that. Then applies a debuff spread effect. We're getting more of these debuff spread champions. Taking 2 random debuffs from the target and place them on all enemies. 2 random is a lot. On a 3-turn cooldown, that's a lot of debuff spread. Damage from the second hit increases by 5% for each debuff transferred. And each debuff applied. So it's a heavy, heavy hit. It's a very big hit. But I'm trying to think where you can actually like make it work. Like, you could throw away the Hydra poisons. Did I talk about the mobile optimizer? I'm working on it. When's realistic? It's not far away. I just need more time on it. I'm designing the front end at the moment. I just need more time on it, right? So, but it's not far away. We're talking within a week or 2. But I don't know, like, probably for general release a lot further away. We're not, like, I'm not willing to put a time frame of an exact time frame, so it's subject to how our actual beta test internal goes and various different things. Like, I'm trying to make sure that the experience of using it right now, it makes sense to a user. You know, like we had one thing earlier where we basically realized that we'd code, like the way the optimizer is coded at the moment, if you leave the optimizer page, it kills the current optimization process. Because what we don't want to have is a process lingering on your PC that is using up your GPU, that's just consuming the power, right? We don't want that. But obviously on a mobile device, like the way it's going to kind of work is you're going to have to go and submit your optimization job for a remote service, so that might have a queue. The last thing you want to be doing on your device is being sat on the screen, because you can't leave the screen, otherwise you lose your place in the queue, right? That feels bad. And we hadn't realized that would be the reality until I started looking at, like, okay, I'm on the app now. How do I do it? How do I use this new system that we've built? How do I as a user interact with the service that's been offered? So we've had to kind of like go back and like figure out that we need to disconnect the two systems and almost have it like almost like a send the job, process the job, receive the job back, which is, you know, it takes time to make sure these things are going to make sense and that the system is going to work without requiring lots of help, right? That's the goal. So, yeah, I did hear he said this week. He's an optimist. I'll do my best. I don't get the chain of events here. First he transfers and then he tries. Yeah, so the way that this is going to work, Dimitra, is, okay, I attack and I have 3 debuffs, yeah? So I send 3 debuffs to the first target and I deal damage. That first hit is going to have a 30% multiplier. Then I attack again and I spread debuffs. So if I can spread 2 debuffs to all the targets, so like there's a 4-wave enemy, then we're going to take 2 of those debuffs and we're going to put them on 3 enemies. So it's 2 times 3, right? So it's 3, so 6. So now I'm going to have a multiplier, which is 6 plus 3, because I've already transferred 3. So that's 9, and it will be 9 times 5, so it will be 45%. The second hit on that target would be 45% multiplier. So you could have an overall impact of an increase of over the 2 skills of around about 75% more damage. It could hit quite hard, and that's not like the more enemies, the more this secondary one is going to hurt, right? It's going to hurt a lot, but it's only to a single target. So do you know what happens when you've got 100% terminate with an A1 and relentless proc on this champion? We take another turn, right? You just keep repeating it. This can keep repeating. You can't like the relentless roll will diminish return, right? Every single subsequent relentless will reset and it'll go to half, but yeah. Hey Saf, don't suppose you know how long it takes for the summer return pack to refresh? What do you mean refresh, Dave? What do you mean by refresh? Do you mean the daily thing? It'll be on daily reset if you mean that. But yeah, but on this, but do I get the second hit if I get polymorph? No. Because it goes transfer, then attack, then spread, then attack. So if I transfer the debuffs, I can get polymorphed before I do any damage at all. If I don't get polymorphed on the first one, then I attack, then I spread the debuffs, I can get polymorphed again. So then I can get, you know, I can get polymorphed before the second attack. This is why champions that do something before they attack to get rid of debuffs and place them can hurt. It's really bad. That's why I say he's not an arena champion. I'm looking at PvE. PvE-wise, it could hurt quite a lot. We could do a lot of damage here, you know? No, the summer return gift you get from not logging in. Oh, I think it's probably like 21 days, Dave. Something like 20 to 21 days. Yeah. Winsty has become a minion. Thank you. And I did see, I think, Gort earlier. I don't think I shouted it out. Terrible me. I was probably distracted with something. Thank you both for subscribing to the HH Gaming Minions. I am looking at improving them soon. We are going to have member badges. I do want to add more perks and qualities to the minionship. I just personally don't have time to even think outside of Mobile Optimizer at the moment. So once that's clear out of my brain, we'll obviously go in and, you know, think about different things we can do for all you wonderful followers. Can I check my referrals? Yeah. Referral. Yeah, they're all there. Thank you both. You Alhain wonderful people. Oh, I'm about to hit level 60. I wonder when you get the progression rewards, level 60. Oh, my free-to-play is going to get a sacred shard. Ooh, my free-to-play is going to get a sacred shard. We're going to have at least one sacred shard. One sacred shard. At least one on the free-to-play. That's something. We still have the Nightmare campaign on the free-to-play as well, so that's not too bad. One perk would be more cat picks. I've got a backlog. I'll start posting them a bit more. Saf, do you know if Geomancer's passive reflects the damage from the poison proc on the spider? Do I know if Geomancer's passive reflects the damage from the poison? No. It's got to be direct damage, Miller. Debuff damage doesn't proc his passive, no. I was thinking why you think Relentless has got an extra turn champs. The extra turn skill already guarantees an extra turn, so it's just one roll after. So what it basically means is you have an extra opportunity to roll the relentless I fire. So you've got the guaranteed. So on the guaranteed, you can queue up a relentless for the next turn, right? So the skill extra turn is set aside to the relentless extra turn. So it just means that you have 2 attempts at rolling relentless, not 1. So it means you get more likelihood of getting that relentless proc. It's about it's an opportunity cost. You have more opportunities, therefore it's better. Will the Infinity Combo still work off the Emic nerf? Not with Emic, but Infinity Combo still alive, right? I enjoyed the video you posted earlier. Thank you for calling things out again. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad you're not one of the 13% that downvoted my video earlier. I would like to say, in the video I posted earlier, I did say, this is a personal opinion. I know everyone else is going to love the change. I know what I'm saying is probably going to be against everyone else's opinion. I don't know why all of a sudden people have to, like, downvote you for having an opinion that doesn't agree with them. I thought I raised valid concerns. What do I know, eh? Saf, what would you do on your free-to-play account once free-to-play series is done after that? I'm going to keep it. I'm not going to buy packs. As I said, the one thing I might get is the monthly gem pack Turgle. Like the one you get for $9.99, just to give it some free income. But I'm actually going to keep it because it helps me relate to everyone else, right? It helps me relate to the people in chat right now who don't have 200 rank 6 champions, who don't have the ability to get more, like, gems at a will, who don't have the best gear in the game, right? It helps me relate. And by relating, I can then program my brain and my content so that I can realize, you know, when I say things like, it's easy to get clan boss in 30 days, and I was totally wrong. You know, I will admit it. I was totally ambitious. I will say, though, that was under the impression I thought I could get an ally protector a lot easier than I could. And even then, now that I've got it, I realize it's actually a lot harder than I originally thought. But when you haven't done it for 3 years, it can be a little bit like, I forgot how hard this actually was. So, you know, that's what it helps me with. It helps me bring my level back down. When I say things like, well, it doesn't take you too long to do clan boss, these are the experiences that I can have to understand it. So, it's not against my opinion. Auto clan boss cheapens the entire ordeal. At least we can opt out. Yeah, exactly, Tommy. Oh, I wanted to ask you, why does the 3% on Geopassive do more damage than the other 3% on bosses? Giant Slayer does less everything else, as far as I know, even though... Because the 3%, if I remember correctly, the 3% is true damage. I'm pretty sure the reason why it's so strong is the 3% is true damage, where the Reflect is not. Right? The Reflect, I don't think, is true damage, right? And I think it's fixed numbers, right? Let me just double check. Geomancer. Why can I not find Geomancer? There we go. Oh, where is it? Just going to double check. I'm pretty sure it's true damage. Damage mob, yeah, so it's fixed. It doesn't count as a hit, and it just does exactly true damage. So it just nukes. I think it does. Not sure. That's why. Because it's 3% fixed, right? It's really strong. Is it confirmed they will nerf Emic? They are adjusting his A1 to put a cap on it. Yeah. I don't really think I need to do it every 6 months, Sniper Goatia. I think probably every 18 months, like, is the cap, right? I think I can run an account till 18 months and then it becomes too strong. Because, like, for example, I'm on day 110, I think, now on the free-to-play, and I haven't got Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss. I haven't even started doing things like hard mode dungeons. I'm still progressing in faction. Like, it's still loads that I got to do, so, you know, we'll see. What happened? Corpulent Cadaver happened. That's what happened. What's to love, to be honest? The time sink in Arena is the classic. Yeah, like, for me, Doom Tower bosses and Faction Wars is where I was like, that's a great place to start, because you can just increase the current key count. You don't have to spend much development time. It's a quick win, and everyone's happy about it, because, let's face it, most people just want to quickly do their thing. And you also don't have to build a simulation model for it, because essentially you can just make it so that you get 12 rewards on one key instead of 12 keys on one reward, right? You just you flip it around. So Yeah, we'll go through the Hydra Clash after we've done the champions. There's some big things I want to highlight about the Hydra Clash that you need to be aware of, that I want to go through. So, they need to add free regrouping clan boss. Honestly, why would we got it in Hydra, but I have to close the game on clan boss? That's just dumb to me, right? We need free regroup, for sure. I will say, though, when they release this instant clan boss, give it a day or two. Just in case it's a bug. I don't want you guys losing clan boss rewards just before the fusion starts, just because they haven't, like, tested it properly and there's some bugs with it. I'm not saying that Playroom are bad developers or anything like that. I'm not trying to create that narrative. It's just that their history with these new quality of life things in the last 3 months have been, they break it for a weekend before it works. But when it works, it's really good. Auto climb in Doom Tower is really good. But it's broken for a week, so just don't jump the gun. Don't lose out on your rewards just because you want to save yourself 20 minutes until you know it works for certain, right? Until you know it's actually working in the game. No problem, Columbia. You're the type of person I made the video for. The people that were like, oh, I'm gonna have to grind a lot of silver, and forget that you've actually got the Sylvan Faction Wars coming up and you get the free one. Again, 11% of people were not happy with my clickbait on that one. Throwing out the analytics today. They were not happy with the clickbaiting of that 3 points. I wasn't wrong. I just probably should have contextualized if you've done clan boss, if you've done faction wars. So new fusion A2, Lanicus A2, and Conquest. I mean, you can put Emic in as like a decreased speed and try and get your guy extended quicker. It's just you're not going to get as much shield growth now, right? You're going to need the Brogni for the Infinity. So yeah, that exactly, Al Bundy. I'll wait for it to work before I'll expect it to be broken before it works. So yeah, I mean, like the way I approach clickbait is I try to keep the video title and the thumbnail a little bit like mysterious, because if I tell you what the video is about in the title, why would you watch the video? I never actually put anything in my title that isn't true. It was 3 points. The only thing was, if you didn't do Faction Wars, it wasn't the one for you. I get that that was probably a bit disheartening. I probably overdid it a little bit. But hey, you can forgive me for a clickbait thumbnail every now and then. But everything I put in my thumbnails and my title is normally related to a truth within the video. It's never anything that's completely like just clickbait. I'll not just clickbait you out and you never get to hear the answer to the question. I'll always try to make it so that the thumbnail and the title kind of make sense to what I'm talking about. So I've seen a lot of awful clickbait in my time, and I do not want to subscribe to one of those. But what I have learned throughout this process of being a professional content creator is, like, ambiguity is the biggest value you can have in a clickbait thing, right? Just being a little bit like, this champion was really strong, rather than going, watch me one-shot everything with Whisper, right? It's those sorts of things that really help, because you can just get more interest from people, and people will watch the video even if they'll end up watching more of it even if they didn't think they wanted to, basically, because they're engaged. All you got to do is get them into the video. So, you know. Tommy, I don't think you need to be full auto. YST was testing it earlier. He was messaging us, and he was basically saying what you can do is you can check the box that says quick battle and then not start on auto, start the battle, set it up, then press auto, and then it instant completes. I think that's what he was trying to tell us, because he was testing it for various different content. He has test server access, and he was talking to us about that being tested. So I'm pretty sure you don't need a full auto team. I'm pretty sure there's a way that you can set it up, then instant complete. That's what I believe. Don't quote me on that. Go quote YST. If he's still in chat, he can basically tell you whether that's the case or not. But go ping and shout at YST. Go to his channel. Go subscribe. Go say hello to him and ask him to give you the answer. But I think that's what he was saying. You have to have one-keyed it first, though, Tommy. So I think what the rules are, if you want to use the autocomplete, you have to have one-keyed once on that difficulty. If you've completed Ultra Nightmare, I think it unlocks for all the other difficulties in one go. And then once you have done that, there's like a checkbox for quick battle. You can start it not on auto, and I think you can go in and set it up. I think that's the case. But go shout at YST and he'll give you the answer. Because YST has the ability to set it. But so the AI settings apply. So it's basically the same how you would normally set up a battle, right? It's just that once you press auto, I think it auto completes. I think. I don't know. You'll have to watch his... I think he's going to do a video on it tomorrow. So go check his video tomorrow. You know, he has all the fun stuff. Do we know when the fusion calendar drops? It will probably drop about 2 hours after the champion drops in game on Thursday. If you reverse engineered the game to get the coding, why can't you create your own private server to do tests? Well, I don't really... So, like, there's a bit of misunderstanding on what I actually do. I don't reverse engineer the game code. What I do is I read what the game is telling me that it doesn't tell you. I'm reading the code which configures the champions. So until it's in the game server, I can't tell you what it does. Once it's in the game server, I can tell you the details in terms of like, what phase does that champion use that skill? Is that skill associated with another skill? What's the multiplier of that skill? How does that skill interact with certain things? What's the condition of that skill? Until it's in the game server, I can't do that. So I'm not actually, quote, hacking or data mining in terms of like going into their server. I'm literally reading what my game is telling me that I can't see without reading the game client, right? I'm reading the client itself. I'm not actually going into any servers, which is why when people ask me things like, what's the prism shards gonna be in terms of drop rates? I was like, well, I can't tell you until it's in the game, because until it's in the game, I can't see it because I can't access the server. So, you know, and I would never want to be honest, because I don't want to get involved. Like, that's unfair to player in, right? I don't see a problem with having a greater level of understanding with with the game that I'm playing. Things like multipliers and things like that, because to be honest, they should be in the front end of the game anyway. But I certainly wouldn't get involved in any sort of like nefarious activities, right? I'm just basically viewing what the metadata is. Yeah, metadata is a good way of putting it, Caleb. It's like basically watching a video, and instead of just watching the video, you have access to like the title, when it was uploaded, how many views it's got, how many likes it's got, how many downvotes it's got. That's kind of the same process. I'm not actually working out where the video has come from, who's like all that kind of stuff, and the server configuration of that video. I'm just working out the details of that. Hack them and tell them. So, Saf, do you think the Rabbit and Emak good combo in Clan Boss? I definitely think Rabbit could go a lot faster. I dread to think. It could be interesting. So, I mean, technically, it is against the rules to actually, like... I mean, if we're being honest, everyone in chat who's used RSL Helper has broken the terms of service of Raid Shadow Legends. Because you're not allowed to inject code into the game, and that's what RSL Helper does. And I can pretty sure tell you that the majority of people in chat have probably used some form of auto-clicker on this game. And Playroom themselves have acknowledged that RSL Helper is absolutely fine. So there's levels of reverse engineering and injecting into the game client they're pretty happy with, because they know if they took that away, people wouldn't play the game as much, right? So it's kind of like, where do I draw the line? So it's when I'm looking at the game data, and if it says something in there like, oh, there's a new champion starting in, a new daily login champion starting in 7 days' time, I'll never do content on that. I did it once. I learned my mistake. But I'll never do content on something that is going to be released that nobody else knows about. Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to you, right? If you get it now or in 7 days' time, it doesn't matter. The only time I did do something data mine specific was the souls, because I felt that it would matter to you to know that in about 4 weeks' time, they're now going to give you a soul summoning tournament, because 20% of the top end clans or something knew about it. They were hoarding. To me, that's like, okay, well, now I have to tell people in content, because it's unfair that a certain number of people have it and not everyone else has it, right? That's a different thing. But if I read something in the game code that I know is coming, I'm not going to do any content on it unless it affects your decision making negatively in the game by not knowing. So that's the way I look at it. Anyway, let's get back to this champion. We were looking at the Jag Bonesaw. So yeah, so the way that this is going to work is we transfer debuffs. Do I get polymorphed or not? If not, then I'm going to do damage equal to 10% of every debuff. Then I'm going to debuff spread. Do I get polymorphed or not? And then I'm going to do damage from what I initially transferred and spread. It will hit quite hard if there's lots of debuffs, I think. We don't know the multipliers yet, because I don't have access to test it, but we'll see. Then we got this Lacerating Tempest. Attacks all enemies before attacking, removes all buffs from all enemies. Like if there was ever a sheep magnet It's this dude. He's a magnet for all these razor blades. He's got like a blimmin' chainsaw on his head. Apparently, he's also a magnet for sheep. Damage increases by 5%. Now, this is the one that I think could be absolutely megaton damage. If you can get yourself in a scenario, like, this is where I think he's a very good Doom Tower wave clearer. Because I think this, in like the Siffy waves or like the waves where there's lots of buffers, right? Triple buffers or something, will hurt a lot. Because 5% for every buff is actually quite strong. Because I've seen some abilities where it'll go, you know, damage increases by 10% for every debuff. But actually what you don't realize until you actually play it is it's debuffs on the target. So it's not as strong as it actually should be. You know, people like Solus, when they attack you, it's how many debuffs is on the individual target, not the entire team. This is different. This is the entire team. So if there's a team of 5 enemies and they all have 5 buffs, well, it's 5 times 5, which is like, you know, 5 times, was it 25? Which means that this becomes a... Wait, is it 5 times 25? It's 5 for every single one. I remove it 5 times off one champion. There's 5 more. So it's 5 times 5 times 5. Brain is not working. Yeah, it's 125% damage bonus. And he's going to get 15% back for every enemy he kills on a 4-turn cooldown. It's really strong. The one thing I do not like about this champion, he doesn't self-buff increase attack. He does increase accuracy and increase crit damage. If this was increased attack, very good champion. I like this passive as well. Decreased crit rate means you get basically a guaranteed way of stopping bosses from critting apart from Shogun. If you can make sure this passive stays alive. And obviously increased accuracy will help you build him to like 250 accuracy, which is reasonably easy in today's stat bloat meta. For PvE content, and then the increased accuracy will get you over the level for most Doom Tower hard content. I think this guy is a great Doom Tower wave clearer. I think he's a great wave clearer in general for lots of different things. If you have like this ability here on something like the Magic Keep potion where he puts up lots of buffs, gonna be very, very good. Very, very good. So, yeah, interesting. So... Then we get this Fur Gun Isbale. Going into this server wouldn't illuminate anything more about the game code than you would find in the files located in your PC. It probably would, Tommy, because if you got into the server, you could see the logic that they do for shard rolling. Like, what you got to remember in game code, nothing is random. You could randomize something, but you're randomizing it to a coded logic. Therefore, nothing is random. Right? You can't, like, make... If you had a computer that could do something at random... then we would be in AI territory. We'd be in, not Inception, but like the word they call for when they've made a computer think on its own. I can't remember the word for it. Nothing is random. So having access to the server, you could see the code that they have applied to randomly generate the champions you get out of the fragments, which is very powerful information, which is why I wouldn't go anywhere near that. So... Booyah, I hit Sav's logic straight on. Nice. Yeah, you did. Conscious singularity, is it? I think it's singularity. I think it's something like that. Singularity is the language I'm thinking of. It's basically when they've reached a point within AI that the AI machine can think on its own. We're close, but we're not there yet at the moment. At the moment, like even ChatGPT is not really truly AI because your ChatGPT is just a big data analyzer. Because what it basically does is it collects information from multiple sources to try and best answer your question. It's a very giga-charged Google, right? And it uses machine learning and sort of a bit of intelligence to figure out what you're asking for and then re-engineer it into a language. You know, it didn't learn English on its own. It was taught English. It didn't learn about the Big Bang. It was taught it from Wikipedia. It didn't learn about, you know, the best way to write in the English grammar. It learned it from a textbook, just the same like we learned English from a textbook. The difference is we chose to learn where the machine was taught. It was told to learn. Until a machine is told not, until a machine reaches a point where it's not told to do anything, it's still not random, right? That's the way that it's going to work. Yeah, but essentially its core base of knowledge, Caleb, is education. It's basically what we learn in school. But the difference is it's told to learn it. It basically gets fed the information and then it processes. So it's basically a massive data processor. So now this fur gun is bail. YST is super excited about this. I can tell you with 95% certainty, if not 99% certainty, that you might see a video with a thumbnail that has this red-headed chick and a massive bommel in about a month's time from a certain content creator that we all know and we all really like and we all value his content, who has a certain affinity for white-paled dwarfs as well. I'm pretty sure we're going to get one of those. We should probably put like some sort of countdown timer to see how long it's going to take him to do the video. It's not going to be... I'm almost certain he's already thinking it. I don't know if he'll be successful, because I don't think she's as good as we think, because I think there's just a bit too much randomness to her, but, you know. It does feel different, doesn't it? I can't figure out why the art style doesn't feel right. I can't figure out why it doesn't feel right. But she doesn't look like Raid, right? She just looks a bit too like Valorant style, right? I can't really put my finger on it. It just feels like she shouldn't fit in this universe. I mean, she's cool. I just can't quite figure it out, right? I can't. It's very Valorant-y style league kind of like anime feel to it, right? Whereas Raid is a little bit more, I would say, fantasy based rather than like anime based. When you compare it to like the Silver Watchers, right? Yeah, Borderlands art. Yeah, it's like, I can't really put my finger on it. I don't really... Yeah, Arcane would be not far, but I think Arcane's a little bit more like comic booky, where this is a little bit more like off the comic book. I want to use this midget against Bomber. That's what YST wants to do. So she is a bomber, for a better word. She is quite cool if you can get a cycling, right? If you can get this A1 cycling a lot and this A2 cycling a lot, it's quite good. It's a 4-turn cooldown, which is a bit hefty. She's a 4-4, like a 4-turn cooldown, 4 cooldown. But the idea is you're basically meant to come in with the A3, place weaken on a 100% chance, get yourself an extra turn. Cool. Then you hit A2, places 2 bombs on a 100% chance that detonate after 2 turns. The second also has a chance of applying a debuff spread. So what will happen 9 times out of 10 is you'll go in, you'll attack, you'll place weaken, you'll attack one target, we'll place 2 bombs, and then you'll spread one of those bombs onto all other enemies. So you basically get an AoE bomber if you land this 55% chance, which is a bit awkward. And then those bombs will deal 50% more damage if they're above 200,000. Again, as Hellhades said, and I've said it before, how do you know if a mechanic is not balanced? The only way you can make the game mode work is if you put 200% multipliers or 100% multiplier. The only way we can make bombs work on bombs is if we give it a 300% multiplier. The only way Nishak is really good is because we double the bomb multiplier. The only good bomb champions are the ones that double all their bombs. Well, that tells you what's wrong with bombs. They just don't do enough damage. So why don't we just go back to bombs and go, bombs now do 50% more damage than they currently do. Then we'll make a tier 2 version of bombs called cluster bombs, where when a bomb explodes, it does 25% of that bomb's damage to all other enemies, a splash damage. And then go back to these champions, rebalance them a little bit so that one isn't like super strong. Now you've got more bomb champions, and the debuff makes sense. You can use it in PvE. Like, if you have to make something 200% stronger than it currently is, the base mechanic is a problem. Right, your base multiplication is a problem because like that's not the way that Raid works, right? Or you make it something like bombs can scale off crit damage, right? So you have a base bomb multiplier and then you increase that bomb based on the amount of crit damage you have. But then that could be like very difficult to balance, but that could be a better way of doing it as well, because then you're giving the bomb decision, you're basically making it so that bombs have a third stat, because at the moment all you need for bombs is like accuracy and attack. It's a really weird way to build it, so... But you need to do more. I know cluster bombs have been illegal. Go tell America that. Cluster bombs are illegal until someone else uses it, and then it's fine for us to use it just because, quote, it's only 1% bad. I'm like, well, it sounds like 1% bad is bad enough. So, bombs are cool if they're secondary. For example, if you add to Elhain's kit. Yeah, I mean, there's space for an artifact set that places bombs, right? Lots of different things. I mean, Slight political thing. I'm not like trying to get into the political sphere. I'm just saying there's a bit of irony that we can shout at Russia and tell Russia are terrible human beings for using really bad cluster bombs and then just give them to Ukraine to throw them back at the Russians, right? It doesn't make us any better then, does it, right? All as bad as each other. That's the end of that argument. Hopefully they finish. Russia goes back to their homeland and lets Ukraine live in peace. That's what I want. Anyway, so that's what I said with the bombs. It's just not enough like oomph. So if you're having to make them like relevant and balanced with oomph, just give them more oomph. That way then you don't have to have champions that the only way you can make them viable is to give them an insane multiplier. So wouldn't it be harder if the bombs were based on CD rather than you need to build them accuracy? It would, SGT, it would be harder, but what I would say is you like at least then it's viable, because if you can get 200% on all of the bomb champions with crit damage, then that's probably worth investing in, right? In any sense, normally you're indexing your champions to such a squishy state that like it's not normally viable. Like you can basically drop a little bit of attack to get yourself some survivability or more accuracy and make them a little bit more flexible. So it would make the build more complicated, but it might also give you more options. Whereas right now it's pretty much how much attack and how much accuracy and hope for the best. So yeah, so what the idea is, you place the weaken, get an extra turn, then you come in, you spread this, and then you basically have this A1. So if you get lots of ally attacks, or you get her in some sort of like counterattack set, she has a 50% chance of decreasing the bomb duration on an enemy, which means she can also activate it as well. Like, this is cool. She has a 25% chance she can activate on a random enemy. But the bomb on this one is not as good. It's only 20% more. She gets a revive on death, which is kind of cool, I guess. I will be looking forward to seeing YST try and make this work in Bommel. I fear he might go through another Shogun episode where he spent 10 hours trying to make different champions work so it didn't require Riho Bone Spear, to which he was very successful, and I hope everyone in the community gave him a thumbs up on all his videos with the crown and everything, because he worked incredibly hard on that. I felt towards the end, I was like, dude, just put the Shogun boss down, okay? Even I'm not spending that much time on it, and I was really interested in it. Let it go. Oh, poor guy. So yeah, I mean, yeah, they could do a blessing around bombs, right? This space in the blessing capacity. Get rid of those rare blessings that basically don't work, you know, only work if you get crowd controlled. Get rid of those. Nobody cares about those. And just replace them with bomb blessings. Give us more blessings. We might want to buy more blessings, right? That's the way the world works. If there's more things that I can spend my money on, then I will likely spend my money on it if those things are worth money. If those things just look really bad, then why would I spend my money on it? That's the kind of, like, that's the point with the blessing system. It would need to come with artifact space, though. I agree, Ridey. Why do you need Riho? Can't you just do it with GNU? Oh, you can. What? When we first started looking at it, Sam, it was very much, we looked at it and we're like, Riho is going to be goddamn powerful here, right? Because you get decreased defense, weaken, decreased crit rate, and you get the heal and the cleanse in one. So she just is like a really strong champion. It's not that you can't do it with other champions. Like, that's what I'm saying. YST went and found lots of different variants, but we were looking at it going, well, how do we break the Riho requirement? So more blessings that are actually usable, not like the 2-3 we have now. Exactly, it's Dave, man. I guarantee you, pretty much like 50% of the people in chat, if there was actually 4 more blessings that were as viable and as powerful as things like Polymorph, Brimstone, and Phantom Touch, there would be more engagement with the blessing system. Like, look at Artak. I was literally sitting there going, oh, it's an expensive soul for an Artak. I don't really have a blessing to put on him because none of them are really that good. Whereas a legendary champion with a blessing of a 5-star, I should be like, oh, there's so many options, I don't even know which one to pick, right? I should have too many options. I shouldn't be like going, well, that's not like quite good, so I need to get rid of that, and this isn't that good, so we kind of need to get rid of this, and maybe we need to get rid of that, and, you know, I shouldn't be going through those sorts of things, kind of like having to make limited decisions because all of the blessings are kind of meh. It should be, I've got too many choices, I can't decide, so I'm really engaged with the system. So yeah. So, I'm interested. This might be, so this is one of the I think this might be the 3 champion fusion if they do it, right? If they're going to do a duplicate champion, it'll probably be this Fergan Isbale. We'll get 3 of her with one of the voids, potentially. Or we'll get 2 with each void. I don't really know, but that's what could happen. Now, this champion sounds a lot better. This champion is what I'm going to call Jamasa 2.0. This is Jamasa 2.0, but she is a little bit better than Jamasa. This champion is Jamasa 2.0. And the reason why is this passive. Right? This passive is totally unique. There is no other champion in the game that can do it. She's basically going to have a relentless set built into a passive. Now, the problem is the cooldown. What's the best blessing for 6-star Royal Guard? If you're using it in Hydra, Crushing Rend. If you're using it in things like Sand Devil, Phantom Grove, then I would say Phantom Touch. If you're using it in Spider, Hero Soul. And if you're using it anywhere else, probably Crushing Rend. Yeah, I'm going to go with Soul Reap for Artax, Steven. That's where my head's at. So this is basically a 12% chance of getting an extra turn, but you don't know which champion it's going to be on, and you could only do it once per every Ayla turn, right? Her name is Ayla Lifebane. So the problem is you can never speed tune this champion unless you don't care about who gets the extra turn, right? So it's pretty good for like Hydra to some extent. If you don't care about your buffs, you don't care about any sort of like speed tuning or turn arrangement, that's the one place you can probably put it in. But the problem is you don't know when it's going to happen. You don't know who it's going to happen to. And the moment it happens, you go on 1 turn cooldown. So because the problem is, what happens if she gives an extra turn to Maneater or Seeker? That's the problem, right? Because you don't know who it's going to go to, it's a problem. If it was just to go to the leader, great. Absolutely great. This is the problem, Nexard. You think it's nothing to be sorry about. I did this as well. When me and YST were talking about this champion, because me and YST have like a debrief a little bit now on these champions. Obviously, he writes the guides. I kind of give him my thoughts, and we work with Hellhades, and we all kind of like figure it all out. We initially thought this is really cool, like really unique. And then I started looking into it. I was like, well, if I want it in Clan Boss, it's never going to work because I can't turn it off. And it's not consistent, and it's got a cooldown. It's not bookable. I don't know who it's going to go on, so I can't really do it there. In most speed dungeon teams, it's not going to work because I don't want champions taking an extra turn out of rotation. In Hydra, it's pretty good. I think Hydra is her best place. I actually think she's quite good for Hydra because you don't really care about who takes a turn when, right? If you get an extra turn, cool, I get to do extra things. Awesome. I don't really care about many things as long as you've got a good team. It could affect your problem in Hydra if you outrun a buff and you don't want to at the specific time because of the mischief tanking, or if you're attacking and you can't attack in specific orders, right? It can mess up Hydra, so you have to be careful. But if you don't care about the mischief head, like a lot of teams that I've seen or I've built in the past, I can just do decreased defense and block debuffs, right? Block buffs. So even if the Hydra mischief head like steals my buffs, I don't really care because you can't spread him because he's got block buffs. So there's teams that will work. But essentially, there's not an awful lot of places where this is actually going to give you value. Which is why I'm calling her Jamasa 2.0. Because Jamasa's passive is the same thing. When you read her passive, right? This looks like... Where is she? Jamasa. When you read her passive, whenever an ally uses an active skill, it's a 20% chance of decreasing the cooldown of that skill by 1 turn, 3 turn cooldown, so you have it all the time. It sounds amazing until you realize it's only when they use an active skill. So they can't take a turn and hope for the best. So it means actually your window of actually getting this to work is a 1 in 5 chance when you use a skill. It's not that good. And this is going to be the same thing. However, if you put that aside, she does have a massive heal for an epic. Massive heal. Although it is their HP, not hers. So that's a bit of an issue. And a 2-turn block debuff on a 4-turn cooldown. She also places increased accuracy on all of your team, which is helpful. And for... I can't really see why... The problem is, whenever I look at a Sand Devil champion, I'm like, can it replace the Aneri Ninja or the Aneri Chronum or the Chronum Solo or the Aneri Supreme Gallic or something like that? It can't. It's not taking Aneri's position because there's no reviving potential. So all of this stuff is nice, but it's not that valuable. So really, for me, it's all about this ability. And is that enough to justify her? Probably not. Again, it's the same problem as the Void Legendary. We've added a Void Epic here that's going to make it harder for you to get things like Seer, Man-Eaters, you know, things like Whispers, things like Akemtums, although we've had 2 guarantees of those, it's not so much of a big issue. But you see what I mean? Like the better Epic champions, you're basically neutering for a champion that has such few usages. Like, this passive disqualifies her from a lot of teams. Now, if this passive wasn't here, then for Clan Boss, you would have a full heal. Well, not full heal, but a 30% heal and a 2-turn block debuffs on a 4-turn cooldown. So you could put her on a 2-1, get yourself some immunity. Pretty good. But because of this passive, she's almost useless in Clan Boss, because what happens if she extra turns your Ally Protector, or she extra turns your DPS? Then they're not protected anymore. They run out of buffs, right? It's just messy. So, yeah. 6-star series like Super Saiyan, right? It's so gross. It is gross. It is gross. Yeah, imagine if we could just turn it off for this. That would be so much better. She is designed for like Sand Devil, but like there's no revive, so I don't really know. Like they seem to be under the impression that you can survive in Sand Devil, and I'm like, but you can't. You get 1 shot, so that's not going to work. Anyway, and then we get Frenzy the Cackler. YST basically said to me the other day, oh, we're very close, so we can recreate the Lion King, right? We've got Pumbaa. We just need Timon. We've got the hyenas now. We're going to create a new episode of the Lion King. This one is basically like, this champion is, if you haven't got Ninja, and you can't be bothered to go get Chronum, this is like the budget version of both of them. It's really like the budget version, right? You basically get 100% nearly 100. Well, it's 100% chance with Sniper, unless that's a typo. I need to check with the team if that's a typo. Have a look. Is that a typo? Where is the champion? Yeah, it's a typo. Yeah, send that in. Yeah, it should be 15%. So you have a 100% chance of placing a HP burn for 2 turns on a 3 random attack. So on a single target, that's quite good. You're going to place it every time. Fills this champion's turn meter by 10% for each turn. So the max turn meter you can get here is 20%. Because you can place the burn for 2 turns, then you can place it with Master Hexer for 3 turns, which would replace it, so it means you get an extra 10%. But you won't get 30% because you can't replace a burn that's of the same duration. So only way you would get 20% is if you did burn for 2 turns, then Master Hexer procced on the second attack to make it a 3 turn. That would replace it, that would give you another 10%. So if you don't want the extra RNG, you would basically not run Master Hexer here. Then we have a 50% chance of activating. It's a budget version of Ninja Chronum Dreng. You do get a 4-turn provoke, but it's a long cooldown, so it doesn't really have much viability in Hydra, in my opinion. And you do get like a nice little passive. Like this is a bit like Skrunk's passive, so it's going to be quite tanky. So yeah, I mean, not a bad option for like a burner, but more for a boss burner if you don't have better options. It's okay. I just think the provoke needed to be like a 3-turn cooldown if you're going to do it for 1. I just find that if you have to go looking for another provoker, then that champion needs to do a lot more than just have a chance of burning and activating. So, do I think the new fusion is top tier in Arena? I think it's going to be I think it's better than Ultimate Death Knight as an annoying system, right? The thing about it is, it'll depend if you can protect his taunt. If you can protect Emic's taunt, then he's going to be difficult to beat in Arena, because every time you attack him, you lose your skills. So you've got to one-shot him, and he's going to have a tanky shield, and he's going to be tanky as well, because he's going to have Unkillable. So it's like, how do you deal with a problem that's going to give everyone AoE unkillable that you have to then attack, and every time you attack, you lose your skills? It's actually quite a problem to deal with. I don't think it's as unsolvable as something like Ultimate Death Knight, because essentially you can try and avoid him by trying to steal that taunt buff in some way. Maybe you sacrifice a champion to polymorph to get rid of him, so we get rid of the unkillable. But I will say, get ready for 9 out of 9 protection champions. People are all saying that Stone Skin is going to be the big deal with Hydra Clash. It's not. Protection 9 out of 9 is going to be the new big thing. I'm like 80% certain it's going to be. Because you don't suffer much penalties from doing it. Where you kind of suffer a lot of penalties from going towards protection. Going towards Stone Skin. Like, it's really strong. Like, 9 out of 9 protection. Like, nobody's ever going to build 9 out of 9 Stone Skin. Ever. 9 out of 9 Stone Skin is never going to happen. Because the benefits are not worth losing reaction gear and everything else. You might find some people build a 4 and 4. Like, 4 protection, 4 Stone Skin with 1 reaction. 4 Savage, 4 Stone Skin, or 4 Lethal, 4 Stone Skin with 1 reaction. Someone might do that. But I think 9 out of 9 protection, considering when you get 9 protection sets, you give everyone 5% damage per buff you place. Someone like Siphi, Duchess, that seems like a godsend. And you don't lose much speed. Like, if you compare 3 speed sets with 9 protection, you lose like 4% speed. It's not a lot. It will depend on accessibility of the artifacts, right? See you later, Chris. It depends on the Hydra Clash, which we're going to have a look at now. Those are the champions, by the way. It'll either be double voids, like 2 voids, 2 voids, or it'll be 3 of the Force and 1 of the voids, or it'll be 4 of the Force, or it'll be 1 of the voids. Or they might throw a spanner in the works and give us an epic that already exists in the game. They haven't done that in a while, so we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Who's better, Nekmuthar or the new fusion? Nekmuthar. 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 It's just so much stronger. The images, we don't show faction icons on the protection. It'll be faction specific, Dutchy. It'll operate exactly the same way this works. It will be no different. You'll get a chest. That chest will contain a ring, amulet, or banner. That will probably be mythical gear. That will be a protection or stone skin set, but it will be randomly rolled to a faction, and it will have random rolls on the stats. It's going to take a while. It's not going to be it's not going to be like tomorrow I've got 4 stone skin and 4 savage. It's not going to happen like that, because people are not going to want to sacrifice their good accessories, which are in reaction, just to get 1 turn stone skin. I actually don't think savage plus stone skin is that big a deal. I really don't. I don't think it's the direction people will go. I think 9 out of 9 protection is the way they will go. I don't think savage plus stone skin is a big deal. Because I don't think many people will want to index that hard and lose reaction. Because you could just burn, like, I've actually burnt through a stone skin on a DPS, right? Because you don't have much HP. The shield is based on the quantity of HP you have. The only reason why it's so toxic on things like Ultimate Death Knight, Taras, Mortu, is they're HP based generally. Like Mortu's damage is based on HP. So when you've got I think it's like 60% shield based on 100,000 HP, well, 60,000 shield is a lot difficult to break through when you're losing 85% of your damage or whatnot. Whereas if it's only like 60% of 30,000 HP, well, that's a lot less. And they don't have high defenses, right? So you can basically breach through them a lot easier. So if you don't have Necra, then Stone Skin helps a lot. I agree, Dutchy. Stone Skin is the direction you go if you don't have the protection elements. What I'm saying is, in the grand scheme of things, I don't think the impact of 9 out of 9 protection is like, I think that's going to be a lot bigger. I think people are going to want to get the protection accessories more than they're going to want to get the Stone Skin accessories, because, to be honest, I think it's to some extent, and I think you'll agree, if you don't have that Necra or Rotus, Leorius, Jorgid, like someone who basically can just carve through people, you kind of don't care and don't go there, right? You just don't go. Like, that's my mentality. If I can't compete, I won't compete. Rather than try and force myself to compete and not enjoy it. I think that's where most people will be. So, yeah, the new fusion is bonkers strong for the arena. It's like, if you can protect the taunt, Mark. If you can keep that taunt on him, the fusion is really difficult. Yeah, we'll probably do a quick Hydra key now. So, the thing with Hydra Clash, right? Here's the rules with Hydra Clash that I've been looking at today. Thoughts on basically protection, ring, and amulet being a pseudo source of speed for the first time. That's another big thing as well, Dimitra. If you get 2 bits of protection gear, you get 12% speed, right? Or you get 15% speed or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it is, so it's pretty good. It's basically if you get a banner, you get a bonus speed, right? It's kind of cool. So the thing, here's the TLDR with Hydra Clash that everyone needs to know, right? You're going to get multipliers per key, okay? So this is going to give you, Nightmare is going to give you ×4, okay? Brutal is going to give you ×3. Hard is going to give you ×2. Normal is going to give you no bonus. If you want to get the top chest in the Hydra Clash, you have to commit your own personal score, right? The best way to look at this is what they had in the What's Next from the raid video, right? So we can combine a few elements together here to find this here.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Where's the view I want? Where's the view I want? This view here. Okay, right, so this view is important. Okay, this view is important. The numbers you see on those chests are not shared numbers. Those are not numbers that the clan needs to do. Those are numbers that you need to do. If you want this top chest, not only does the clan have to come first, you have to actually have done 650 million points on your own. That is your personal contribution for this top chest. So that immediately puts you into this time frame of, right, okay, how do I get that? Okay, so immediately that's scary. Let me put it into some context. Okay, each chest is going to come with bonus points. It's not the same as this to some extent. It is, but it isn't. This is misleading. You don't get double points for number 1. You're getting 1 point. They shouldn't have that here. This is that like 250% more issue with ancient shards again. Nightmare is going to reward you 4 times as much points as normal. Okay, so if you're doing 100 million on Nightmare, then that contributes 400 million. Brutal is going to be 3 times. So if you're doing 100 million on Brutal, that's going to give you 300 million. So you can make the numbers work like this. An average player, I was talking to the clan about this because we like to be competitive. So we're looking at, like, I'm looking at it from a point of view of like, what do we need to start getting people ready for? You'll do 100, if you can do 100 million on Nightmare, that'll give you 400 million, which means you need to get 250 million between your other 2 keys, which means you probably need to do 50 million on Brutal and 50 million on Hard, and that will get you enough. So it's 100, 50, and 50. Now, obviously, if you can't do as much Nightmare, then you need to readjust. So if you're at like 80 million on Nightmare, then you need to kind of up your Brutal. So it may be easy, but it also may not be. Okay? Because it's kind of subject to how good your Nightmare team is. You're going to get 3 keys, same as always. The other important thing to note, it is the first key. You can't put 2 keys into the same difficulty if you want to get your bonus points, because you only get the bonus for the first key that you use. They want you to go normal, hard, brutal, nightmare, brutal, nightmare, normal, something of those natures, right? Ideally, you don't want to be doing normal anymore, I guess. Like, that's a bit unfair to people because they don't get the bonus. I would have much preferred it go 2, 2, 3, 4, so people doing normal get twice the bonus. I think that would have been fair. I guess they thought people can just one-shot normal and do way too much damage, perhaps. I don't know, but... what day this week? I don't know what day this week. We're still working out the internal. We definitely haven't got an exact date for release this week. I know HH said hopefully this week. He's been optimistic. We might get it this week, but there's no confirmed date this week yet. You only get that bonus once. Yes, Dutchy. Once per key. The first key you use on a difficulty, you get the bonus. Now, obviously, if you've got an Acrisia, this will be like, oh, well, it's not too much of a difficult, right? Because Acrisia can do about 100 million with her eyes closed. But if you don't, then you're reliant on Gnut, I think. But what's actually really difficult about this is, like, I would say right now, if I said to you, everyone in chat, like, it's 400 of you here, if you worked your butt off and you used all of your best champions, you could probably pull together a good Nightmare team, right? If you had the right gear, you could probably pull together a team that can at least one key Nightmare. The challenge will be, can you pull together a team that can get that one key on Brutal and Hard? And that's where I think it's going to be hard for people initially. To some extent, it's good, because now we've got something to push towards, right? As an endgame player now, I've got a reason to actually try and push a bit more damage on my Brutal and Hard team. But for the average player, it's going to be like, oh, I built one team, now I've got to build 2 more. Otherwise, I'm not pulling my weight in my clan. I don't know. And it feels like the first 4 are going to be matchmake like madness. After the first 4 Hydra clashes, then the matchmaking should be better. So, obviously, if your clan hasn't, right? Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. So, but that's like how it's going to work. So these numbers here, you have to have contributed. Like that says 68 million. Obviously, these are all like placeholder text. You've had to have completed. Where is it? 650 million to get this chest. Now, what I will say is, it better be better than these rewards. So I'll be honest, if that's all I get from 650 million points, one piddly little 5-star banner, that has got to change right now. This better just be placeholder development footage, because if that's all I get out of that chest, I ain't doing this every week. Because that is awful reward. Like, that's an instant sell. For pretty much any clan that is pushing Nightmare this hard, that 5-star banner is an instant sell. Because it's 5-star. Like, nobody keeps 5-star gear anymore. Like, that's an instant sell. So we need, like, 4. Because it's a weekly thing, right? You need at least 4 rewards here. Like, 400 clan gold. I get 1 of that from 1 Nightmare chest. Like, you kidding me? 400 clan gold for all this effort? No. No, thank you. So we're going to attack Hydra 6 times in a week. No. It's the same key that you always use, no brainer. It's just that the key is now going to be used for both completing Hydra and the Hydra Clash. I mean, yeah, Lucy, you probably got like Acrisias, right? So free to play 2 years in will not be an issue at all, but people all constantly accusing me as a there's no Acrisia or alter. I mean, I can do 100 million on Hydra now quite comfortably on Nightmare because I've got Gnut, right? I've got Nekmothar. And if you've managed your resources, you've got Nekmothar as a guaranteed champion. Ugo is only an epic, right? You can use Geomancers, Royal Guards. Like Hydra is the most successful it's ever been. What I'm not concerned about is the 1 key. I'm actually concerned about the next keys. How difficult is it going to be for people to build 3 highly competitive Hydra clans? And I suppose that's part of the challenge, and that's not a problem. But that's what people need to get in their mind from straight away. It's not about like, oh, well, I can contribute 100 million. It's like, no. How much can you do across 3 Hydra keys? Because that's what matters. What do you recommend as a recommended blessing on Pythian? Probably either, if you're using them in Arena, Polymorph, or Life Harvest. If you're not using them in Arena, God, nothing really. Miracle Heal. I'd go Polymorph or Life Harvest, to be honest. I don't really know if there's any other better blessings, to be honest, because there isn't a better healing blessing. So yeah, exactly. You got Nekmothar as a guaranteed, Michinaki was a guaranteed, Elva was a guaranteed. So if you manage your Sacreds, you've got those champions. Gnut's strong. I'll show you Gnut tonight. So, but yeah, 100% no brainer. If this is the rewards we're going to get, this is not good. This is not good enough. This is so bad. No, you wouldn't run Brimstone, Stephen, because you don't run any accuracy on Pythian, Stephen. So, unless it's like 6 out of 6, Brimstone's useless on Pythian. Oh, yeah. Although I would say Dimitri, you don't really need too much, and you can always roll the 3%, right? What I'm saying is, probably Life Harvest is the best option. I'm just saying that there isn't that many options for a healer. Like, what do you do? Like, there's not many options for a healer that doesn't require that has no need for accuracy. Cruelty, it's like, that's about it. Maybe Faultless Defense. Like, you're really stretching it. Maybe Survival Instinct, so if he does get debuffed, he gets Turn Meter. It's like really lame, you know? Any idea on the next Optimizer Artifact freebie rating event? We didn't do it for this one. Don't really know when. We'll have to let you know. So, yeah. So that's the way it's going to work. And obviously, these all combine. So I think these are going to be faction-specific. Absolutely. I mean, they're placeholder images, but they will be faction-specific. We have got now some of these, haven't we? So we've got this dude. This dude is here. We haven't seen this dude yet. Look at him. He's got a blimmin' dragon on his shoulder. What else have we got here? We haven't seen this dude either. Yeah, we've seen that dude. So yeah, so that's how it's going to work. I have a feeling it's going to go CvC, Hydra, CvC, Hydra, CvC, Hydra. I think they're going to alternate. I think every other week we'll have Hydra Clash. Every other week we'll have CvC. I think that's how it's going to go. I could be wrong on that, though. That's my gut instinct telling me that. Is that dude Erogrim's father or something? Could be, yeah. Yosef, I made it to Gold 3v3. What do you feel Gold 1 is like compared to Silver 4? It's still quite hard. Gold 2 has been really hard this week. I didn't promote up to Gold 3 because I was just too tired. So, you know. I just saw Gold. I saw Golden starting to do 3.2 billion damage to hard. Would that style be a meta in terms of placing high in group? What, to hard Hydra? I don't think that's happened. I don't think we've ever seen a 3.2 billion damage to Hydra. I don't think that's possible. This will be weekly. I don't think it will be. I think it'll be alternative. I could be wrong, Nexard. Honestly, I could be wrong. I just felt like it might be a good flow, right? Because essentially it works exactly the same way as a personal CvC tournament where you have to first win and then you have to personally contribute a certain proportion of the points to get your rewards. So, do we know about the matchmaking for Hydra? Yeah, so the first 4 is going to be, I think, randomized, and then after 4 they're going to do it based on your placement. That's what I think they said. It was in the patch notes. Let me grab them quickly. It was in the highlights, I should say. They basically said, what do they say here? I will say, I like the fact they were like, oh, well, we're not going to let everyone play this game mode, right? So we're only going to release it to the top 3,000 clans. I'm like, isn't that everyone that plays Hydra? Like, how many clans do you think there are in the game? I'm pretty sure 3,000 clans pretty much covers like 90% of the player base. So their test mode is like the entire game. But hey, it's fine. Clans must have at least 10 members, level 45. The clan question also needs to have at least 50 clan activities in the last 7 days. After the first few launches, clans will be matched against one another based on their average performance in the 4 Hydra clashes. So what we're going to say is basically this is like gold, it's like live arena. The first four weeks, the first month is going to be an absolute like crap show. Everyone's going to be fighting like you'll get a Kraken clan when you're not a Kraken and everything. And then eventually it'll stabilize. Because apparently they can't just do like some sort of like, why can't they just basically go number 1 goes against number 2 goes against number 3 against number like that seems to be the easiest way to do it. But yeah, I'm like, it just means that people are going to get frustrated on launch and it's just going to make a negative experience, right? But hey, you know, it is what it is. DM me the screenshot of Hydra view. Do I want to look at it? I mean, It took him an hour and a half, but I guess you can do it. It's just Trunda damage. I really wish they would just go in and, like... I like the concept of Hydra Clash, I really do. But can they just not go in and just bug fix all the abusive stuff? Literally just bug fix Trunda, bug fix Acrisia, so she just doesn't, like, instant win. Like, can we just take away the abusive stuff? Because it ruins the experience. Like, what's the point of me trying to compete when that guy can just do 3 billion damage? I don't want to do that. It's boring. Like, that's just not fun. Just go bug fix these champions, and then maybe you'll have an enjoyable player base. You don't have to nuke them to infinity. Just make it better. It's actually quite hard to do, Nexard. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying, Nexard. What I'm saying is bug fix it so that it's not possible, because the people that can do it can abuse it really hard, but not everyone can abuse it. Because it's actually quite hard to achieve. That you need the right setup to get the Trunda rolling and the right level of extreme gear. So what I'm saying is, it's not really fair that someone can do that and just abuse it because the mechanic is a little bit stupid, right? Yeah, I saw Dimitra, thank you. Trunda's way more busted for Clash than Acrisia. If you have... Absolutely, Asmo. If you have the right setup, Trunda is just as bad. No, all they need to do is do exactly what they've just done with the shield. Put a damage cap and make that... Is actually, all they have to do is make the A2 second hit not crit. Because it crits, it goes to the damage multiplication twice. Just make it so that that A2, the second part, doesn't crit. And then you have no more problems. Such a simple fix. It's what they did for things like Dracomorph. It's what they did for things like Drake. They did it for Bellinor. They actually changed them not to crit because they were doing too much damage. You can probably do it in hard, but Nexard, he's still gonna get in hard there. What, 3.1 times? He's gonna get 6 billion points for Hydra on his own. Doesn't really need to be a nightmare, does he? Like, if that's hard, he doesn't need to be anywhere higher because he's done 6 billion points. And if everyone can, if they've got a strong enough clan, nobody's ever going to beat them. I doubt he can do Nightmare. No, you're correct. I think it'd be too hard. But yeah, if he's getting billions of damage, does it really matter? But yeah, that's the only problem with Trunda's A2 is if the second hit didn't crit, it wouldn't be a problem. But because it crits, it gets twice the amount of crit damage, which means it gets twice the amounts of dead head. You know, the decapitation bonus modifiers. It's just doing too much damage. So... Isn't it ironic they're actually buffing these sets? I mean, to be fair, Protection needed a buff, but... We also got more points for CvC, right? That's a big deal. So, it's a big deal. So yeah. We better just jump over to the free-to-play quickly. Just see if I need to do anything over there. It just takes the shine off all the enjoyment. I actually really like the concept of Hydra Clash. I think it's a great idea. I absolutely think Hydra Clash is what we should be seeing. More clan-related, coordinated activities that engages clan members in trying to achieve a combined goal. That's what people want in the game in terms of combined clan stuff. What they don't want is, well, I can't play the game mode because... this one guy has just such an abusive comp, I can't do anything, you know? Oh, I wonder if we can get some stars here now. Let's take you out, put you in. I really hate that they've moved this filter here. We get Geomancer. Look at the Dwarf faction. Dwarf faction is looking a lot healthier all of a sudden. Yeah, exactly. Like, I know majority of people have got Acrisia. And I know if I'm fighting an Acrisia, it doesn't really matter how good my gear is. I know for a fact there's just... If that Acrisia is even remotely well built, I have no chance of competing against that Acrisia. I've no chance. Yeah, Gnut at the moment. The big problem we've got with Gnut at the moment is the A2 is not booked. And this is killing my clan boss progression because this is not guaranteed and it's on a long cooldown. It's killing my clan boss at the moment. I really need it. Yeah, unless that... I mean, even a badly geared Acrizia is... It's pretty strong, right? Getting some 3 stars here. Oh, we didn't actually kill that quick enough. Well, we'll kill him. We'll decrease cooldown. AoE. Maybe if we reflect, we'll keep people alive. Oh, we kept one. No! If we just, like, put some gear on these dwarves, that would help, right? Doesn't Master Butcher revive? I'm sure he does, right? Oh, when he's killed, that's kind of rubbish. Not ideal. I feel like I want to bring a Veer. I feel like a Veer is a great option. Just give him some, like, I don't know, speedy boots. Help keep him alive. Give him a little bit of, like, HP. Look, there you go, have that. Tell it to wait. A little bit of HP. Well, I'll just have that. Look, there you go. Enjoy that. Have some more HP. All we want is HP here. You have... Look, that's a pretty rubbish thing. You have that. You take that as well. And do we have an accuracy shield? Cool, there you go. Excellent. Right, he's alive. I'm pretty sure he has gear, so he's good. I'm pretty sure Geo has gear. So what was the other guy I was using? We were using Gnut, Geomancer, Avir. Gnut, Geomancer, Avir, this guy. Gnut, Geomancer, this guy, Avir. Who's the last one? Oh, it's Bulwark. Bulwark's actually a great epic. I like Bulwark. He's a great epic. Bulwark. Funny story about Bulwark. Bulwark was in my original, on my main account. He was in my original budget unkillable team for a very long time. For a long time, he was in that team. He was basically there for his passive, extending debuffs. That's what his job was, to extend the debuffs. And then what do we got? I'll do. Lovely. No, I do not want to spend money. Go away. Okay, how far can we get with this team now? Yeah, I'm pretty bad at using the filter still, I'll be honest. You can kill that. Oh, look at a Virgo. Whew. Get myself some cooldown back. Nice. Get rid of that. You can go and smash him for some damage. There we go. Smash him. Go smash him. Nice. Take a hit. Another 3 stars. Kill. Kill. Oof. Oh, yes, a Relentless proc. Apparently, Geomancer's in Relentless. Who knew? Oh, yes. That's what we want. Another 3 stars. Just do that. Get some... Oh, we didn't get it. Oh, we didn't get a Relentless proc that time. No Relentless that time. I don't really want AoE here. I think I can probably take a hit. If we just smack him with that. There you go. Go smash him, yeah. Oh, the dogs are nasty here. Gotta be careful about the dogs. Kill the dogs off. AoE, Avere the Alchemage. Nice. Another 3 stars. Look at us powering our way through Faction Wars. Faction Wars is easy. We have Gnute, that is. Go smash that. Yes. We like the decreased cooldown. Uh-oh. These are starting to get harder now. Deep stack. Nice. Let's kill off the skirmisher. Because we know we're going to do that. And then we can kill you. Don't ruin this for me, New Blue. I feel like I'm doing something on the free-to-play for the first time in like 200 years. That isn't a failure. Oh god, this actually might be quite tough. We don't have any AoEs. Houston, we have a problem. For sure, we're going to lose someone here, I think. Oh. We're okay. Oh, we're okay. Smack him. Oh, it's alright. I'm only joking. Don't worry about it. I'm only joking. I'm only pulling your leg. It's just ironic that I can finally do something on the free-to-play that isn't like a failure. That's what I felt like lately on the free-to-play. Everything I try just turns to dust. Let's kill you. Yeah, let's drop that. One down. Really? That didn't kill her? Oh, we nearly lost someone. Avere, you need to get a heal out. Oh, you don't have a heal. No. Oh, God. Oh, you have a heal, but it's kind of doomed if you don't kill that. So... Oh, it's a boss. Oh, crap. I forgot we were on the boss floor. Yeah, I did bad. I totally did bad. I wonder if I can 3-star it. Totally didn't realize we were on a boss floor then. A2 this. And then if we don't A1 this, but instead just like kill this. And then we AoE. He comes in and burns that. Oh, didn't really get much there. And then we just take out this. I think basically we're just gonna try and RNG the A3. That's the goal here. Ah. Just need to RNG it and hope the fear doesn't happen. I mean, it might take us a few runs because as everyone else knows in chat right now, when you use fear, it never works. But when the boss uses fear, you bet your bottom dollar that the boss is always going to fear you. Every single blimmin' time. The amount of times I've tried this and I've been abused by that fear. Okay, come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Okay. Oh. Honestly, it's like clockwork. Every single one of those fears are gonna take. It's gonna take me like 4 runs probably, just because, you know, gotta love RNG. I don't actually know if I can 3-star it though with like just 1 stars. I think that's the bigger problem. Let's try and kill him. Oh, that was a bit of a hit. Wow, we didn't actually. Triple weak hit in a row. Like, come on now. Come on now. Oh, we didn't get it this time. Nice. Nice. Now we're talking. Smash it. There we go. Nice. Got us a rare book, that. Got lucky that time. Didn't have to roll the RNG because, you know, stupid fears. Cool down. Oof. I do think we're going to start losing people. I think that's the limit of our 3-starring today. Unless we get super lucky. I'm getting lucky so far. He's getting a bit hammered, I'm not going to lie. Geo might take a bit of a pounding here. No worries. Let's see. Nuke. We're still 3-starring. How many more do we need? Look at that. We're getting ancient shards soon. We're at 278 stars. Not totally incompetent, apparently. Isn't it amazing the value of one rank 6 champion that has good kit? Like good AoE, good damage. You can see it's starting to get difficult now. Right. We're just taking a lot more damage. Yeah, it's fine. We'll still do it because Canute will carry. We just won't be able to 1-key anymore. We won't be able to 3-star anymore. We'll still do it though. Yeah, a Veer is a great rare. That's got us like this and this. Just need to use Doom Tower keys. Oh, make sure we collect this. Save the energy for the fusion. Actually, it doesn't really matter because I'm hoarding nice, so I might as well just take it right now. We're hoarding energy. Take that. When does the clan quest reset? Tomorrow? Oh, look at that. Craft 1 artifact for resistance. Okay. We might as well make some of these with some crit damage. Wow. Wow. Or not. Or not. Wow. Wow. Can we get like one good one? No, probably not. Wow. Okay, so all we need to do now is basically just roll all this rubbish. And hope we get legendary with resistance. Did we get one? No. One hit? No. No. Wow, it's a disappointment. You might be wondering, why am I doing this today, not tomorrow? I got a clan quest, and I like clan gold. So I don't really care about all this gear, because I'm never going to use the set. Hopefully it gives me a legendary, come on. I took this quest thinking it would be reasonably easy. I didn't realize how few resources I actually have. Come on. Oh, wow. On the bright side, we're generating silver. Okay. Oh, we got loads of fatal. There we go. Resist. There's one. Am I going to be streaming through reset? Probably at this rate. Oh, there's none there. Oh, there's none there. Oh, there's none there. Oh, there's a legendary. Is that another one? Resist. Yes, there's another one. Okay. Resist. There's another one. That's it, right? That's it. Is that it? Is that it? Is that working? Is that working? One more. One more. Yeah, I don't really want to waste my charms on, like, crap gear. Right? I'm trying not to waste my charms as much as I can. Resistance. Resistance. Ooh, not quite that time. Resistance. Nope. That's a rare block. Oh, that's poor as well. Am I going for the fusion on the main? I'm gonna see what it's like for the free to play. Oh, it's got to be it. One of these. Resistance. No. There we go. That did it. Wasted all my resources, but really, who cares about that? We're only going to be caring about this eventually. Like, it's not like I really care about much of this gear. We've got loads of Guardian. Guardian's the one I'll probably craft more than anything. We did get Righteous. We can make some 6-star Righteous tomorrow. That's going to be fun. Let's just go sell all that now. Rank and rarity 1, 2, 3, 4. Sell. Select all. Look at that, 1.6 million silver saved. It's pretty good, right? Made 5 million silver there. Wasted all that clan versus clan points, but we got, you know, 300 clan gold. Much more important. Much more important. Oh, we just need to use... Yeah, I kind of can't beat this at the moment. This was frustrating me earlier. Hey, in the bin, we're on the free-to-play at the moment. We're just doing, like, the bits for the daily on the free-to-play. This boss was stressing me out. I haven't been able to figure out how to beat it yet. Because normally this dude is meant to carry me. But he was not playing ball earlier. So we're going to try it again. I'm going to drop Deke. Should we just try this? See if it works? It might not. Yeah, it doesn't really work so well because you only get like 30%. And then he starts stealing turn meter, which is a bit of a problem. And he kind of just gets one shot. That's what I found. He kind of just gets one shot. And like I was saying to Never earlier, we were on a call when I was trying to do it. Why do they have to put some like really obnoxious champions like these stupid Elegiases? Because it's just like I was trying to use Lady Ireth, and literally every single time I was trying to do anything, it's like, oh, we're just gonna put your skills on cooldown. It's gonna revive now, and I'm not gonna be able to stop it. Ah, see, it's the problem. The wave is harder than... So frustrating. Why do they have to put these annoying waves? The boss is already hard enough. Why do I have to have really difficult waves? I'm trying not to use his AoE because I need his AoE for the wave. So I'm trying not to use his AoE so that it's available. It's so annoying, honestly. I'm going to use Hosquill's A2 here to try and stun them up. And then take them out one by one. There we go. Okay, so the idea is we kill the first Spiderling wave, I guess, and then just burn with Geo, I guess. I haven't really done the Geo strat before. So let's just do that. Take some damage here. Kill the wave. Do some damage here. Let's just put some more poisons out. Burn the queen. Smash it for some damage. Put some poisons out on it. Smash it for some damage. Smash it for more damage. Come on, Mr. Adadithi. You got this. Let's just keep the Geomancer alive. I guess we just burn it again. Honestly, pulling Geomancer was like god tier. It's better than pulling Lady Areth. I'm not going to lie. No offense to the champion, but Geomancer is just so much better. That should be good. I think we're okay. I want to say we're okay. I think we got it. I think we're good. I think we're good. Geomancer, I think, has carried us. God bless the Geomancer for stopping the turns. Okay, he's dead now. It was nice knowing you, Geomancer, but you've done service to get us this far. Can we kill the boss? Just kill the boss. Kill the boss. Kill the boss. It's dead. Whoa. Thank you, Geo. There's another Void Shard for the Fusion. Right, let me give you a bit of a rundown where we are with this account. Arena is okay. We weren't able to play enough Arena the other day to basically keep ourselves in Gold 4, so we're going to have to climb Gold 3 again, which in itself is a bit of a nightmare because, as you can see, Gold is a trauma case. Oh, come on. Why am I fighting... Oh, I said, like, Arena was a trauma case. Luckily, he was, like, weak affinity. Who puts a 2-turn Stone Skin Razzlevarg as their one-man defense? Like, are they actually just trying to trigger me? But look at these defenses that I'm fighting. That's, like, halfway through Gold 3. Look at them. Look at this. +1 Arbiters. I mean, I could probably kill this. I am seriously thinking about ditching Hosquirrel soon, though, for Arena. It's not that consistent here. I really struggle with him. Like, this type of team is always difficult because I know I'm not going to land decreased defense. They're going to be really tanky, so it's just not worth my time. Like, this one I could try. If I'm fast enough, I can do it, but there's a chance that I'm not fast enough because the aura is going to outmatch me, and then they're going to decrease speed. I've lost this now. It's rough, honestly. Arena is difficult. I was trying to stay in gold because as long as, you know, when you get dumped back down, you have such a big climb. I can stay in gold 4, just. But I'm not quite there yet. I really need to... Oh my god, do I want to take on a +4 Robar? Yeah, I do. Have that. Filthy orc. Just got to look out for the teams you can win. Like, these teams I can beat. Like, Ultimate Death Knight teams I can beat because I've got the Daihi and he's the right affinity. But I just got to find the teams and hope you win. And hope you beat the speed trap. Like, this is probably okay. But it's borderline because they're tanky. Just try and win. I'm trying to use the tokens as much as I can. But, like, I'll be honest, I'm... like, I want to try and get these if I can. But 9 hours to get this. I just haven't been playing enough Arena. I should be buying these up, shouldn't I? I should be buying these. Let's buy these. I should be getting these over Drexar right now so I can get the free Summon Rush. I'm up into Bronze 3 with my botched defense. Do you know what? Do you know what's more embarrassing here, guys? My free-to-play is in a higher tag team arena league than YST's main account. His main account. I was a little bit disgusted. I'm not going to lie. I was very disheartened to hear this news. It's an awful game mode, but even like, come on. Come on. It's not a roast the YST stream, but I mean, come on, dude. Like, seriously. We did have a bit of a mishap yesterday. He doesn't like YST. He doesn't like 3v3. He doesn't do it. I'm only joking. Like, I'm not trying to hate on him. It caught me off guard. We had a bit of a mishap yesterday. I was all ready to clear out Void Potion Keep. I was all ready, right? I was all ready to do it. Only problem is I had to mix 10 Superior Force Potions. Turns out I didn't have 10 Superior Force Potions that I could mix. You know how they say, like, prepare, what is it? Plan to prepare or fail to prepare, or prepare to fail, fail to prepare, or something like that? That's kind of what it reminds me here. I failed to prepare that I didn't have enough force potions. So we got to wait an entire week now because obviously that only comes around every Sunday. And as you can see, I was ready to go with the rest of this. Yeah, I'm all ready to go for all of this. I've got enough probably that I can get level 8. Got this. But what this does mean is for the fusion, I've got 75, 50, an ancient shard, 50, a void shard. This I can do, this I can do, this I can do, this is already done, this I can do, this I can do, this I can do, this won't. This is where my next stopgap is going to be. I got to get 900 medals. It's my next stopgap. But once I get past this, then we get into the void. I can do this. Then it's ascending. Shouldn't be no problem. I've got stagnite. Stagnite will probably take that position. This I can do. Magic, I think, is... I don't know who I've got for magic. Force, I've got Geo. Stag, I've got for Spirit. Void, I can do like... I don't think I've got a Void. A magic, I'll have to look. But these are fine. This is fine. This is fine. All of this is easy. Easy, easy, easy. There, that's just time problem. Easy. Easy, 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 easy. Just buy more keys, I guess. Easy, easy, easy. Oh, well, finite not. Easy. Then buy a lot of keys. And then we got Arbiter, right? So the path to Arbiter is basically gapped on the Great Hall, which is probably like every other player in the world, right? I mean, there you go. Proper planning prevents piss poor performance. And I didn't properly plan. But we have got 4 Void Shards and 22 Ancient Shards. Now, if we get these will give me 50. We're not really close to Drexar this fusion, right? But the earliest we can get Drexar is in, what's that? 43 days. So the Drexar is going to be for the next fusion, not this fusion. Nothing we can do about that. I can't get enough for Archmage either. That will be next fusion, not this fusion. So these are out. Mithrala is not in the frame of mind either. So we're not really in for any of those. But we can get these little epics. And then hopefully go in and make a Broadmoor. That's accessible. We have kept the Relic Keeper. So we've got a free Relic Keeper. So that's 250 points. We can just make a Justicia. That's not a problem. We have got enough that we can make another Lich if we need to. So that's another 250 points. If in those epics I can find a Wanderer and a Preserver, then that's another 250. So I can probably scrape together 1,000 champion chase points with the champions that I've got if I get some luck. You know, I'll get a Sacred Shard in 16% from our daily progression, our level progression. Sacred Shard. It's a big deal. That'll get us to like... We're not far. We'll get that in the next champion training event. So there's an extra Sacred Shard. We'll need that on Friday though. So that's a lot of... So basically, let's pray there's a champion training tournament at the start of this fusion. Otherwise, this is going to be hard to achieve. In terms of daily login, how many days is that? Is that 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 6 days. So 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Chances are I might get him, but the chances are no. The chances are we're not going to have that for the fusion, right? I doubt that it's going to be 22 days. Let's have a look. The fusion starts on Thursday. It'll be Summon Rush Saturday, Champion Chase the other. So yeah, it's like a fortnight, right? So we get like, what is it? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, we're not even close. It's 11 days. Right? Because it normally lasts 3 weeks, give or take. So we're going to discount that. But we probably will get to the Void Shard, which is good. We'll probably get to the Void Shard that is on here as well, right? So we just picked up a Void Shard there. We'll probably get another Void Shard here and there. So there's 2 more Void Shards to come from there. Faction Wars, you know, if we can somehow scrape together 40 points, that's another Void Shard. We've got the we've got the Nightmare Sacred Shard still there, if we need to go get it. We've got the Nightmare Sacred Shard. I really should push, actually. This is a big point. 100%. I should push this right now. I need 2 legendary books for Gnut. The biggest problem right now I have is this is not booked. It is destroying my Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss team because I cannot get the return decrease attack, and it's also not 100%. So if it misses, I get really bad RNG. So if I can get those 3 legendary books and pray it doesn't go on the A1, just like pray we get lucky, that could mean a huge difference because that will probably get me to a 4-key Ultra Nightmare. You do your champion trade on different campaign stages in order to hoard rares, Justiciars. I know it'll be less, but it's worth it. Yeah, well, that's it, Demetra. When I didn't need the the extra boost from the last fusion, I just kept them in my vault. I didn't use them for food. I just kept them because I figured I'd need them in the future. The only problem is, in order for me to get... How many stars do I need for this? I need 12 stars. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Was it 3, 6, 9, 12? I need to get to stage 4. Thoughts? What do we do for that? I don't really think Gnut is going to do it, is he? I could do a 4 team. Oh yeah, if I suffer no losses, I could do 2. Was it 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12? I could do yeah, I could do yeah. That's probably better, right? So if I bring a team of 4, I think probably that, right? I think probably that is good because you get healing, double damage dealer, and some CC. Let's just try it. Right, we don't need to CC this wave. The challenge with this is going to be the Valkyries. Always the damn Valkyries. Let's see how he does. Oh, God, that's a bit rough. Well, maybe not. Maybe we do need to CC this wave. Let's CC it. And now we need to take it very slow. And not get extra turns. The good thing is Hosquill's a lot faster now. Because he's in clan boss speed. He's like 250 speed, so he's going to cycle very fast. I need 12 stars, Acrobat. If I get 12 stars, I get 3 legendary books that I can pop tomorrow on Gnut. It will make a big difference. That's a bit of a problem. We don't have crowd control right now. And these Valkyries are a nightmare. Stun the Val... No, okay. Okay, stop the passive. Stun. He's frustrating because if he doesn't quite get the good RNG, it's awkward. Alright, we killed that. That's what I was afraid of. Because now she's going to kill herself on Reflect, and there's not much I can really do. I'm going to have to heal him and pray. We can remove buffs, which is good. Let's just stun you. No. She's locked out at the moment. I think this is okay. I don't think she'll kill herself. Stun. Okay, good. Kill that. Kill the Valkyrie. Kill the Valkyrie. Please. Here we go. Okay. Love the channel, all you do for the community. Did you get a 5-star blessing for Artak? I got the 3, 4, and 5-star split soul. So I'm waiting in the marketplace now for that 2-star because I've already got a 1-star Artak. So I'm in the waiting queue, but I did get the 5-star. And thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Okay, so 2 stars. Well, no, because Hosquil is fast. He's built at like 230 speed at the moment for Clan Boss, and I can just do that. Gnut can't do this. That's the thing. Gnut can't do that. Can we not take every extra turn in the game? Please. I don't want to take extra turns right now. Stop taking... I need him to cycle back to his ability. Ah, for the love of all that is real, die he. When I want you to extra turn, you don't. And now that I don't want you to extra turn, I'm stuffed. Die he, honestly. What a nightmare he can be. Let's just kill this dude. See, he's not going to extra turn now. Can stop his skills, though. Stun him. Ooh, nearly. What? Heal him. This is like... This is the stuff you miss on the main account, right? The edge of your seat stuff. Like, are you actually going to get through? Is he going to stun? Ooh, 4 this time. 4. 4 is good. Dai he is not great for this affinity. He's like negative. He's like struggling here. Give him a good wally. There we go. Good wallop. Good wally. I'm talking nonsense now. Right, you should die. You're good. You're dead. Right, you. Go to sleep. That's not sleeping. I don't have any but like this is awkward. You die. There we go. Rhonda's really good for this, yeah. Okay. That's 4. Three. This is the nasty wave. 3 Valkyries. Luckily, we got triple stun on everyone we wanted to get stun on. Let me just AoE here to get some damage out. Kill the Tashada. Get this back stunned. No. Okay. Let's just guarantee you die. Go after you now. Stun you. No. Okay. Well, we're going to stop you from doing stuff. Just want to kill this. Stun you. See what I mean? Hoskril, because he's so fast now, we can just cycle his abilities very quickly. Which is why I'm using him, because he's like set for my clan boss team. So he's like one of my faster champions. Quadruple Valkyrie. Like what? Are they like out to get us? Quadruple Valkyrie, like, oh. Oh, man. I'm just going to get a shield off, something I can do. Oh, we got a stun there, so we can target at least the one that's got a stun. Might as well just do that. Put the defense out. Pick on her. It's fine to take a little bit of damage there. But make sure he stays alive. Think we're okay. Let's get stuns. Oh, Hoskarol! 4 out of 4. Right, let's start taking them out. Give yourself some buffs. Let's take you out. Okay, well. Can we get some killage? Right, 1 down. Oh, next. Yes. Right, he's got rid of all those buffs. Get you stunned. Oh, look at Hoskarol go. Who said replace Hoskarol with Gnut? Look at him do his business here. Okay, well, that was a bit annoying. Didn't kill him. He's like, you stay asleep. Go on, I don't think I'm doing this as a duo anytime soon. That's the worry. If I need the Sacred Shard, who the hell am I going to use to beat this as a duo? Tell you who would be really good for beating this as a duo. A certain Emic Trunkheart. Would be a great champion to do this as a duo with. Lock you out. No more turns. In my opinion. Look at him do his... Like, Hoskarol is one of those champions that if everything lands exactly how you'd expect his kit to, he's such a good epic. But the amount of times I've sat here and I'm like, you got no stuns. Why did you get no stuns? Okay, just gotta kill. Okay, no stun. Like that. Like, no stun. I could just A2 there, to be honest. Don't die. Do not die on me right now. Right, get an extra turn. Make sure you kill him. Oh. I think he's going to die then. Attack with Emic, yeah. Okay. We're getting there. More Valkyrie waves. Like, how many Valkyrie waves could they possibly have put on this thing? Lock her out. He's kind of annoying. I don't want him taking a turn. Just poison up. Do some damage here. Nope. Oh, let's just kill one. Let's try and stun you. No. Just get some AoE out. Might just do that to get some. Okay, that should be good. Surely dies from the amount of poisons that... Right, you will definitely die. We'll make sure of it. Okay. Now we've got Turvolds, but stun. Ooh, nearly. All of them but one. It's like so many Valkyrie. It's like almost like the only possible champion we could put on these barbarian floors is, of course, it's got to be Valkyrie. It would be embarrassing to tell you, I'm pretty sure I still don't have a stun set. I need to spend a bit more time in Fire Knight. Let's try and kill out some of these. You're kind of a problem because you can revive. Stun. Hoskerol, take a bow. Everyone bow down before the might of Hoskerol. Okay. 2 more floors. This is kind of wasting energy, but it's very important for tomorrow because this is going to guarantee me... I hope it's going to guarantee me Ultra Nightmare. Part of me just wants to pull the books tonight. But I know I should wait until the morning because it's clan versus clan, and that would just be dumb if I pulled them tonight, right? I mean, it's not going to make a difference at this point. Well, it might, you never know. But, 1 down. Poison them up. Come on, Orogrim. Tickle you for some damage. You're probably going to take a turn, so let's get rid of you. You can die. Poison. Weak hit. You're probably dead. Nice. Next up, more Valkyries. Do you know what? I've seen more Valkyries in this frigging... like, few stages of campaign that I've seen in the entire game for about a month. Like, seriously, I do not want to see another Valkyrie again. Oh, you're dead. Cool. Let's get you out. Get some damage here. Nice. Nice. Yes, you're dead. Let's just kill you. Oh, well, there you go. You're dead. We need to stun you up. Stun. No. Okay. We need to poison you. Nope. Well, you're dead anyway. Yeah, he's a barb double agent, right? Yeah, triple Valks. It's just... right, we don't want you cleansing because you're a nightmare when you do that. Can we stun you? Nope. Okay. Go on, Rhonda. Punch him up. Bit of AoE damage. Whoa, there we go. 1 more floor. And then we get 3 legendary books. The value of 3 legendary books right now is immense. To the extent, it wouldn't be hyperbolic for me to say that these 3 legendary books could actually make the difference between me getting Emic Lockhart or not. Because if these 3 legendary books land on Gnut's A2, then there's a very strong possibility that my team will be able to get at least 17 million damage on 1 key in Clan Boss. And if we can do that, then as long as I'm lucky and efficient and making sure that I put a little bit of tolerance on the bad affinities, this team that I've got for Clan Boss should theoretically be able to get me Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss. Which is where shards are. Like, if I can get a run of Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss from like tomorrow all the way through to next weekend, the odds would tell me that there's a very strong possibility that I'll get at least one Sacred Shot. Or more, like just even, not even that, just the ability to have like an Ancient Shard a day. There we go. We did it. Legendary Tomes. What else we got here? 3 million silver. We'll be trying to get that. 200 gems. A couple of rank 5 chickens. That would be great for champion training. It's really hard, though, to keep going. I mean, yeah, this is actually, I think, the hardest stages, right? From experience, these stages here are, like, the hardest stages. So, and we don't need to get, like, we could basically use the same team all the way up to stage 12 to get these rewards. Because what is it? Like, we're losing 1 star. There's 7 stages. So 7, 14, 21, 28. 252 minus 28 is 225. 224. So I need to 3-star one of these floors along the way. No, I haven't got enough clan gold. I haven't got enough clan gold for... I think what you're saying is go in there to, like, get, what? Like, one of these... Go into a T6 CvC now, get some shards from CvC. Oh, no, I won't do that. I'm not going to let the clan down like that. No, that's not fair. I'll stick around. Although, Hellhades free to play. He's slacking. What's happened? He's probably very busy, though, to be fair to him. I probably need to clear some of these out, unfortunately. People who are not playing. I'm doing my best. My 821. To be fair, he's trying to set up 2 companies, right? Give him his credit. Give him his dues. All except 12-7. Yeah, it's true. I gotta beat 12-7, right? Again, like, the new fusion is kind of nutty for trying to get through that stages. I think I've done everything now. Done. Oh, I need to use 5 silver keys. Okay, let's just go smash Guardian. I think we can smash this. Go smash this. No, I think we've got a few, like, bigger players now, just because the free-to-play hype has kind of died down a little bit, so just to help the people who are still in the clan, just to bring in a bit of bigger names to help. Is Gembo Nuke able to hit those 50k attacks? I'm wondering if I should 6-star him or try to gear him. Is there too big of a difference between Gembo? Gembo's a better arena nuker than Dithey, purely because he's void. So where Dithey struggles is he doesn't have affinityness, right? But Dithey does have self-buff and increased attacks. So it depends what you've got to support. If you've got someone that can support your Gembo, he will always do more damage. Oh, wow, that was enjoyable. Thanks for all those debuffs. Really, really appreciate that. This is the only problem with Gnoops A1 on bosses. Turn meter control on bosses is generally not a good thing outside of Dark Fae. We'll probably win as soon as he gets his A3. There we go. And then we'll just finish it off with Rhonda. So it's fine. We just need to use these keys to get our free regen. Again, like, this is where I was talking about in my video today. Why can't we just have instant battles for this? I've beat it. I don't want to do it again. I don't want to watch it again. It's not like Clan Boss where watching them hit for big numbers is fun. It's not fun here. So, you know. I mean, we never really win here, but on my main account, I can be more lax, right? I'm starting to hoard resources as much as I can. So, how much can you forge from doing hard Doom Tower if you kill everything easy? Quite a lot, Glenn. Someone actually said to me, I was reading a comment in one of the videos. I think it was today's video. I think I mentioned that I find lethal is more accessible than Savage Gear. And the comment was, why are you saying lethal is more accessible? I don't understand that. And I'm like, the reason is because essentially, when I run finite hard, or finite normal, I should say, because I don't run hard, because hard is, hard is hard. You're going to run, like, say, 100 runs. In that 100 runs, you're competing for star rating, you're competing for rarity, and you're competing for the set. So on average, it's what, 11% per set on a normal time, like normal non-times 3 or whatnot. So you're basically going to get 1 in 11 on average, or 1 in 9. So it's 11% average, right? So basically means if you're running 100 runs, you're going to get somewhere in the region of 11 to 12 pieces of Savage. So you're going to walk away from 100 dungeon runs with like 11 pieces of Savage that then has to roll the right rank and rarity, that then has to roll the right stat and substats. So what I invariably find is I'll run finite 100 times and I will sell about 90 pieces and I'll keep 10 pieces. I'll roll those 10 pieces and 3 of them might be good and I'll sell the rest. Whereas I can run lethal, I can get to the top of Doom Tower hard in 12 days. That gives me about 3 weeks of farming 120, 15 keys a day. That gives me like 50 to 100 lethal crafts every month that's active. And I can put rank and rarity on it. I can put substat chance for crit damage. I have better lethal gear than Savage gear on my main account. So in terms of accessibility, in my opinion, lethal is better because I can brute force it. I can force what I want. Whereas in finite, I have to farm a lot more to get more of what I want. So what if you can't farm Dark Fae hard, but you can farm the high stages of finite? I would say Dark Fae hard is one of the easiest clan boss, Doom Tower bosses. Outside of Magma Dragon, I would say Dark Fae is the next best thing. It is champion specific, but there's actually quite a lot of champions that can do it, right? You get your Carl, the best, like one of the best options for it, because you get AoE nuke into single target, decreased speed into good damage. You can run someone like Morrigan, was a fusion. You can run someone like OL if you want 2-meter control. You can run someone like Fulger, was an epic champion, very good for it. You can run, Gnut as a killer. Gnut is really good for it. If you can do finite 25, you should be doing Dark Fae 120. It's the actual question mark isn't whether you can do Dark Fae Heart 20, is whether you can get there. That's what I would say. If you can't get to 150, obviously that's difficult. 120, some of those waves are quite hard. Bommel is not... Yes, I get it. Oh, I might die here. Deke, can you carry us? Deke, no, you can't. Okay, well, it's fine. Every so often it fails. Bommel can be soloed on every difficulty as long as you have the champions, right? Like, for me, Bommel is not so difficult because, like, I got Gnishak. So basically, once a quarter, Gnishak comes out from the vault, has a little playthrough, runs up, throws a few bombs at him, and then goes back to the vault for another 3 months. So that's obviously my thing, but there are other options you can do there. You can build a full heal team. You can build solo options. I actually think Bommel's not as difficult as it once was. It's the problem with Bommel is not accessibility. The problem is having to go and index a champion just to try and beat Bommel, or 5 champions or something. That's the problem with Bommel. It's like going out of your way to basically get like a Crimson Helm or something that you're just gonna have to solo once every 3 months for 20 minutes. So, and again, the thing about lethal, it doesn't cost you any energy. It's free. It's free stuff. Thoughts on new epic for bombs? I think it could work. It's great. You definitely have it in the team for weaken. But the thing about Arbiter is you get increased attack with weaken. So it's kind of like, is it really a replacement for Arbiter in that one-shot combo? I'm not so certain. The bombs aren't as strong as, like, Gnishak, which is also another problem. Just make sure I accept the quest. Boom, boom, boom. So... Yeah, I mean, Rat King just basically, that's all I use him for, is I solo Green Shark. I don't need him for anything else. It's not that he's bad. It's not that he's a bad champion. I just don't use him for anything else. I don't need him. Yeah, Lady Annabelle, you can do. But yeah, Dark Fae is one of the most accessible Doom Tower bosses. It's why when some people say to me, "Oh, do you farm Bommel?" I'm like, no. If Bommel was on a different rotation that didn't have Dark Fae, I would probably try and farm the Bommel, because the set is quite good, and I've got so much Griffin feathers, and I've got so many like Scarab shells that I don't really farm. I don't really care about farming this rotation. Like, I have enough Guardian gear. I could probably make like 400 crafts of Guardian at this point. So I'm not really like overly fussed on farming rotation 1 and 2 anymore. Whereas rotation 3, if I had more access to Dark Fae and Bommel, I'd farm them like twice as hard. It is fast, yeah, but I can't really, with all good conscience. Like, the thing with the Fortitude set is it's going to be useful on some champions, where Lethal is basically the best damage set in the game. So it's outright the best damage set in the game. So until you get like 6 out of 6 or 4 out of 6 mythical Savage, it's the best damage set out in the game. So I can't really justify farming anything other than Lethal in my head. It just doesn't make sense why you would. Well, I feel like they consider Doom Towers completed content. I don't think they plan on any further Doom Tower changes, which is a real shame, because I actually think Doom Tower is one of the most successful pieces of content they've released as new content. It's never been received negatively. They had a few issues where the bosses were a bit too easy until they made it harder. And obviously when Bommel came out, everyone was like crying on their soapbox about how difficult it was and how it was really difficult. The stats were overtuned. It probably was a little bit overtuned, but I'll be honest, it was a little bit aggressive in terms of like the whole, oh, nobody can do it. I mean, like Stu Gaming had like solo champions out within like a week. So not to say that it wasn't a difficult boss, but it wasn't like impossible. Night Nexard, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I won't be much longer now. I'm going to show you the problem that I have with my clan boss team once I use these feathers. There we go. That'll do. I can't bother to spend any more. We did get a few points on here. I just kind of went to get this. In honesty, I would have ground a bit harder for the 5-star chicken. I just didn't want to burn any resources on the free-to-play for a 5-star chicken. So what I'd earned from just doing different things since it came out, I just went and got an epic book. I figured that was more valuable than a few gems. I didn't want to burn resources. I would have liked to get the legendary book, but it's too much effort. And same with the champion training event. I like the legendary book, but it's just not worth the effort. So we're totally skipping that. Champion chase. I was powerful. I used a lot of shards. None. We're all hoarding. Yeah, I mean, we were meant to have had new Hydra heads and new Hydra difficulty, so there's lots of things that were in the pipeline that aren't anymore, so... you know, Arena Takedown, I'd like to get those 750, but I don't think I have the energy in me to fight anymore. Spider, I'll probably do some tomorrow, but again, like, I know the clan's got CvC. I'll do my best, but I'll be honest, I don't really want to push hard. I don't have the energy and the resources. I want to hoard. I'm not being mean, I just want to hoard. I'll forge things up if I've got spare capacity. I'll do some tag team battles. I'll probably do, like, you know, as high as faction wars I can do, but I want to hoard. Like, the rewards I'm going to get from clan versus clan will not be worth investing. I'll book because I need to book the Gnoots, right? Booking the Gnoot is the most valuable thing I can do on my account right now. Because let me show you the issue with the clan boss. We have a clan boss speed tune, okay? I did 1 key this morning. 13 million. Spirit is awful. Spirit's the one bad affinity because I can't speed tune it. I can't get rid of the speed debuff, right? We're just basically... We've built a 1-1 team. And we're just ditching the context of... We're just ignoring... We're ignoring that Spirit exists. only way that I can do it. I just don't have the, like, I have no block debuff champions in my account apart from Quagon, and the ones that can reduce debuffs are single target, so I can't use them either. So I just don't have an affinity option. So we're just resolved to this. Basically, we're just resolved to dealing with the fact that I probably won't be able to have a very competitive spirit key. But, you know, once I can get this decreased attack reliably, it will be fine. Like, this is where the speed tune will break, and there's nothing I can do about this. But you'll see, no, even marked wouldn't work, because who do I replace? Like, it's just one of those things, like... You'll see now what I mean by, this is where I'd normally have decreased attack if it was booked. I don't have it. Which means I'm taking a lot more damage. I'd have it here, which I still don't have it. So I'm taking both because it's not booked. Obviously, Spirit Affinity is another problem here. Like, we're not in rotation. We didn't get Weaken that time because it's not 100%, you know? And Weaken actually is probably a lot of damage. If you think I'm doing about 13 to 16 million per key at the moment, if we assume that 25, or if we assume that 40% of that is without Weaken, that means I'm doing 16 divided by 4, or we said 40%, right? So 16 times 0.6 or 0.4. Let's just say that 6 million of that is without Weaken. Well, if I had Weaken, that is equal to an extra 1.5 million. Now, 1.5 million could be the difference between me 4-keying or not. So, like, that A2 is everything at the moment. If I can get that A2 fully booked, I think I can probably 4-key this team on a 1-1. It's like really terrible. One thing I was thinking about doing was dropping Deacon and bringing Ender Moonbeam in, because Ender will have the A2, which has a chance to extend debuffs to try and help with the decreased attack. The only thing about that is I'd lose Deacon's aura, which means I'd have to lift everyone's speeds up, which make it a lot harder. And I also would I'd move the leech to the A3, so if the leech didn't land, I wouldn't have any healing for a while. The decreased defense would be more reliable, but I'd rather more reliable healing. Normally, the way this would run, I would have full stun immunity. Yeah, Faultless Defense is good on any traditional clan boss team, Crizzle. It's very strong on traditional clan boss. Like, right now, when he uses his, this ability, you're getting 4 times 1 attack, right? So you're basically reducing 3 of those attacks. Well, one of them by 25%, 2 of them by 50%, another one by 75%. It's very strong. Faultless Defense on Affinity is very, very strong. But you can see my Nazana is actually incredibly tanky. Nazana is not a problem here. Considering, you got to remember, she's actually not attacking on one of her turns, so healing should be a problem. But Spirit is always going to be a problem for this team. I know it's going to be. There's not much I can really do about it. I'm hitting Ultra Nightmare just because I can. Like, I'll probably, you know, at best I can get 12 million. So that'll put it to like 37. It's probably not worth me putting any more keys into this today, because I'm already at Divine, right? I'd love to be at Celestial, but I'm already at Divine. I might as well try a key here and see if I can get like something else. So I might as well try it here. It's not really Nightmare friendly. Like, this team is not Nightmare friendly. But I can probably do enough damage on here that I'll get the worst chest of Nightmare, right? There you go. See, this is the problem. No decreased attack. It's a bit of a nightmare. Pun intended. So, but yeah, this team can't actually do top Nightmare either. This team does worse on Nightmare than it does Ultra Nightmare, because it's speed tuned for Nightmare, Ultra Nightmare. It's not really speed tuned for this team. So what I found is this team will always do better on Ultra Nightmare than Nightmare, because you can see it's not speed tuned for Nightmare at all. I'd have to change the builds, and I don't really want to do that. You know, I could just let Deacon let loose, to be honest. It wouldn't be a problem. It's probably good enough to get the bottom chest on Nightmare, put it like that. Her decreased attack is not booked, and it's also not 100% anyway. She's a good backup, but once Knut's A2 is booked, we won't need another decreased attack, because outside of 3%, he'll have it up all the time that we need it, because we don't need the decreased attack for the stun turn, because the attack is not on the stun turn, it's these turns I need it for. So... Alright, I'm just going to manual this, because... more GNU uptime is good. The good news is I can cleanse the stun here, see? So that's good. That's the idea with Hoskril. Hoskril is immune to stun, so if he takes the stun, it's fine. And when it's on Ultra Nightmare, he opens with his A3, so he clears all stuns. So the idea is he's meant to keep the team stunned up protectioned. And we have Nazana doing ally protection every turn. So that's the idea. Obviously, long term, Deacon will eventually, like, once I get, if I can do this fusion, then 100% I will be putting a 2-1 team with Deacon, with Gnut, and going full, and we'll probably easily get there, right? Because the advantage when you have unkillable is speed is much easier when you have unkillable. Because it doesn't really matter how well they're built, they just need to hit the speeds. Whereas when you're trying to do a speed team with a traditional team, you need them to be like able to take a hit even at those speeds, which is the problem I was having with Ursala. I got it to the 282 speed quite comfortably. Wasn't a problem. The issue was when I got her to those speeds, she was too squishy. I couldn't keep her alive. She took too much damage. So that's just the reality of kind of like traditional teams, you know? And so I could do a 2-1 traditional team, but it would require Valerie because I don't have any debuff extenders. And once you have Valerie, then you're in this situation of, well, all she does is debuff extend. Don't have decreased attack again. This is going to hurt. This is going to hurt. This is going to hurt. Oh. That was brutal. The healing output's pretty good in this team, though. I should have saved that. It was dumb. I'm going to save that because I don't need it for the stun turn. Smash some damage. Should hopefully boost him ahead of her. Get some Gnuts. Oof. Get a cleanse. Ally protection. We're kind of manual in because there's no real speed team going on here. So when we get the new dude, we can basically drop the Nazana completely. Because we don't need her anymore because we'll have Unkillable. And we'll have to do a little bit of figuring out. See if I've got a Painkeeper stored away somewhere. I don't know if I have, actually. Put like a 2-1 with Rhonda, Gnut, new guy, and maybe a Painkeeper to set up the Unkillable somehow. It's a times 10 weekend this weekend, isn't it? It's not a... We've just had a times 2, so... Unfortunately, we're going to have like kind of a rubbish shard pull this weekend, which kind of sucks. Not going to lie. What can you do, eh? Ooh, another Blessed Bash. There it goes. Oof. We're actually doing good damage here. Like, maybe I should just manual things more often instead of trying to auto them. Is Geo coming in for Ronda? Do you know what? I actually think on a traditional team, Geo would be better. But actually, I'm wondering if Rhonda, because I can push her damage even higher, might simply just be better than Geomancer. It's not that Geomancer's bad. Like, we know he's very good, but like Geomancer, like Rhonda can just pump a lot of damage, and we don't really need any buffs. Like I always said, Rhonda's really good when you don't need debuffs, but in the early game, often you don't have the capacity. Like the only reason why I can support her here is because I've got a champion that can do decreased defense and decreased attack and weaken in one go, so I can support her. But normally I'd be like, I haven't really got the space for just a champion that deals damage here. It's a bit awkward. So, well, and to be honest, Sniper, 2 times Sacred is pretty naff. I'm not going to lie. I wouldn't use 2 times Sacred at the moment. Oh, look at that. Gnute's damage is so good. I'm actually not bad. I must be close to the second chest, surely. I mean, he's very good for killable. Absolutely, yeah. I would say build him for killable. I'm not saying... What I'm saying is for an unkillable setup, I wouldn't build him necessarily. I don't like... I think Rhonda might outdamage in an unkillable setup. Outside of Affinity. Because obviously, if Affinity is a question mark, then we know for a fact that Geo will probably do more damage under an Affinity setting. But in a sort of a traditional... unkillable setting on Void, then I think Rhonda will outdamage Geomancer. It would only be an Affinity because of the amount of hits that he gets. Get another one of these. See, all you got to do is just play the game manually. I haven't manualed the clan boss in ages. But this is doing really well considering I'm manualing it. This is what I'm saying. Once he's booked on his A2, I think this team is good to go. But that book is so important because it's everything. It's more damage because he's going to be able to, like as someone said, he's going to be able to sustain his counterattack more. That's a big deal. Being able to sustain your counterattack more is a big deal. It's more Giant Slayer procs. Are we going to heal? Oh no. Oh well, this is going to hurt. Binders on it. The nice thing is Hosquill's also giving increased defense to Gnute, which does help his A1. His A1 and his A2 is not much damage, but one more. Come on. Yes. Oh, it's a dream. I wonder what chest we're going to get to. It's like 40 mil. This is the best single 1 key I've ever done. Ever. I've had to manual it. Sometimes with Clan Boss, I guess, it's don't worry about a speed 2 and just worry about getting as much damage on the board as you can, right? We got to turn 27. We were basically averaging 1 mil damage per turn. It's pretty good. Oh, we just about survived. Ah, we don't have one more. That's a shame. Unless we got a stun. It's a stun. No. Ah, 26.8 mil. 26.8. Where do we get to? Gnute, man. Look at Gnute. Gnute's a monster. Absolute monster. What you can do with a second Harima, I don't know. Put her up as as bait and trigger people in 3v3. Yeah, like obviously this is an unfair assessment of Rhonda's damage because 1, there's no increased attack in his team. 2, she's negative affinity. 3, we're not getting weakened consistently. She's probably hitting without decreased defense, right? So it's an unfair characteristic. But I mean, man, Gnute's damage. Look at him. It's just, look at it. It's just a monster. That is my best 1 key. Scraped a Grandmaster chest. We should, like, what I should probably do is manual these keys tomorrow. and try, I guess. The thing is, it's all about his books. It's crazy as it sounds. All about his books. We'll get this chest here. It's not the worst chest in the world. It's okay. We'd like this chest, but it's not that bad. It could be worse. And we'll get this chest. Could be worse. We're starting to get clan boss chests, right? So hopefully tomorrow, with the RNG on this silly little booking thing, will go my way. We have 3 books, and we need 2 of them on the A2. And there's a chance all 3 could go on the A1. And if that's the case, I'm going to cry. So it's going to be like, yeah. I pulled Iron Gut during the times 2 voids. Would you think Guardian for the heal for Hydra? Yeah, Guardian's pretty good on him. Or Bolster, Daniel. Guardian or Bolster's fine. Bolster's more upfront, though. I don't know your strategy will be. I have 1 hour. Yeah, I won't use the key. I'd rather save the 2 keys to Mitra and start fresh tomorrow. I'd rather use them that way. Warlords. Ruellas. Seers. That would be nice. Let's just check arena quickly and then just switch back to the main to check what we've got. Oh, there's a Rotus. Can we kill a Rotus? It's unlikely. I'm ready to be Rotus. Give it to me. 1. Ooh. How come we didn't get an extra turn? What the hell happened there? Ha! My army beat you. I don't know what the hell happened there. You got, like, interrupted, but not interrupted. That feels like bait. We're climbing again. That's all that matters is climbing. Eat this, I guess. I said 800 bonus tomorrow, hopefully. So we'll get that for CvC. Get that ready for the mission. Keep climbing. Keep grinding. It's getting there. It's getting there. It is getting there. How does Rotus damage multipliers work? Yeah, he has shared multipliers, so he gets a portion of his damage from HP, and he gets a portion of his damage from attack. Obviously, he can increase his own HP, which adds value, which is why you see a lot of people use Ward of the Fallen, because it gives you HP plus crit damage, and it has a really nasty interaction. So, yeah, that's what people tend to do with him. The only reason why I'm logging in here is I want to see if Whisper's in the market. It's the only reason why I'm here. Oh. Wants a Whisper. I should probably start looking at souls for Painkeeper then, shouldn't I? What have my Painkeepers ascended at the moment? 1 star. Might buy that. Can I awaken a Painkeeper? Oh, look. I should probably start looking for. I should probably start looking for like 1 star, right? Yep. I mean, how much is that soul worth? It's like worth 100 coins. It's a lot, though. I'm going to save it until I know it can work. But, like, you know, who wouldn't want that? That's why you never sell your souls. Look at them. Look at them. I don't know what I'm going to do with all these. Well, all of this is... No, Dimitra. This is not 1/10 of an Eternal. That. Yeah, that. That is 2% of a Whisper 6-star soul. That's what that is. Okay, right. 2% of a Whisper soul. It's the only thing all of our essence is going towards is getting a 6-star Whisper. Do you want to see the latest Whisper update? Latest Whisper update. You ready for some damage? Latest Whisper update. She didn't even another second A2. She didn't even get a chance to do another A2. Should we see it again? Oh, what was weak that time? What happened? Well, she's outrun her passive now. So you know what's coming? The full walk, the full whack. Boof. Who is the Reho sub? No one really. There are, like, you can run it without Reho completely. I just have so much fun watching Whisper just smack this to pieces. I've seen it hit 555,000 so far. Ooh, that was a weak one. That was a weak one. This is a 100% team now, by the way. I never lose this. Because basically Renegade can't die. I got too much shielding and healing. Ooh, that was a weak one. Here it goes. Oh, it's a weak one and when? Oh, she's struggling today. Well, she's still got some improvements to come, right? So we're 4-star at the moment. We have maxed out her gloves now, and we've maxed out this. We've got a little bit more attack to come up here. Not much. A little bit. These are kind of nothing pieces, really. I'm hunting tomorrow for an attack percentage banner with a little bit more attack. I'd rather switch the speed around and just, like, I don't know, glyph this up crazy and just ditch some speed here so I can get a more attack, right? That's what I'm after here. I will probably, like, glyph the attack up to a 7% here. I'll use a 6-star glyph here at some point because that's our real keeper. Right, we should really glyph the HP here. Make a tank, yeah. This is like maxed out to the brim. But again, I'd prefer to have a crit damage amulet with a bit more attack and a little bit less accuracy. She hasn't got enough accuracy to really warrant this 29. I'd much rather all that into attack. We didn't get an attack roll there. We're currently at 7.2k attack, 327% crit damage. No, because I've got both Ruella and Riho doing the buffs, Almighty Dobie, and I kind of overkill it. You can see I've got more than enough damage between the double Gnut, double Whisper hits, so I kind of overkill it. Riho stats. Riho. She hasn't even got a ring. 265 speed, 490 accuracy. Obviously, Gnut's giving her like 80 accuracy, so that helps. Ruella is just in bolster. The Renegade build's fun. Renegade is in 120 speed, 330% crit damage. Yeah. It's great. Real good. I can get a 12% there. Probably find some there as well. So, fantastic build. Oh, and the good news is, now that we've made one Whisper, we've got another Whisper on the production line. That's also 3-star. We're working on another one. Because when one is not enough, one must bring more than one. So we're going to have 2. I might just try and bring Whisper and double snipe everything with Whisper. That might be some content, right? Can 2 Whispers just defeat the game mode? So I think my free-to-play can do this fusion. I'm going to see. How does one build Lady Annabelle? I could not tell you. I have not even tried it. Have not even tried it. One thing I haven't tried yet is... I'm going to have to do Hydra tomorrow. I just haven't had a chance to do today. What she can do now in a brutal team of this caliber. Do you have the Relentless Gear to build second out? Oh, yeah, easily. Mr. Rider Dicey was holding all my good Relentless Gear on top of Ninja, on top of someone else. I got plenty. Trust me. I want to pick on... you, really. Well, you're not going to burn. Okay, who do we pick on then? Who do we want to kill? Should we kill the... Let's kill this dude. 200. She just did 200. She just did 200,000 damage with her A3. She didn't even proc War Master or Phantom Touch. I mean, we're kind of screwed. We're going to have to attack, like, the Wrathhead now, but hey. We can provoke. I really don't like this rotation at the moment. It's a bit lame. Just go smash it for some damage, I guess. Nothing like a casual 156,000 damage A1. Provoke. Okay, we might be restarting this run already because we just got bad RNG. Unless Chris gets around to his provoke, we're kind of foobarred. We got 3%ed, and we also picked the wrong target. That was just bad luck. And we also didn't get a Krisk. Normally we get a good Hex out. There you go, Mischief Head. That's the one I want to kill. Provoke. And it's the one I want to kill. There we go. 132, 132. Blitz it with this. 360k. I've almost killed the I've almost killed his head. I've almost killed one head in one attack. I should have provoked it. I think I messed up. I think I messed up because I should have provoked, and I don't think I'm going to get back around to it in time. We'll find out. If there was ever a moment you wanted an extra turn from Whisper, that was it. I don't know if I'm going to have a chance to get back around to it. Yeah, I am. Good. Whoa, I was close. Right, we're going to save this for one more rotation. But I want to wait. Hopefully that head doesn't die straight away. Oh, just screw it. Just kill it. Drop Timia. Kind of rubbish. I need the A2 first. So. Nice. Hopefully she doesn't get one shot by that Wrath head that's like powering up. We'll find out now. Here we go. Are we ready for the Whisper domination? Here we go. Oh my god. 1.1 million damage. Oh god. What the hell? She's done so much damage. She procs Cycle of Violence. Oh my god. And do you want the best thing? She can go again before this head comes back. We can go for round 2. Let's go for round 2 with a casual 482,000. Let's go throw out another 1.187 million damage. Let's throw out another A1 here for another 672,000 damage. Well then, that was truly, that was an experience. It was, to be honest, Mark, I took it off because she kept getting the mischief head because the shield was huge and it added an extra buff. So I've actually taken it off because it was causing me more problems, believe it or not. But it was creating her so much survivability that she she was basically invincible. Like, and she's really squishy. Like, she's like 1.9k defense. Like, I got a full-on damage nuke. Right, you can see that's why she's taking so much damage. I don't really care if she dies right now because it'll reset her counter. Let's just get some hex out. Nice. But this is much better now because the mischief head used to go targeting her all the time. Watch her one shot the head. Oh, 360,000. At one point, at some point, I should put like masteries on Skull Lord Vargal. He would do a lot of damage with War Master and Giant Slayer, probably. Okay, not great that we kind of lost. We kind of got decreased attack, but what can do? Okay, round 2. Are we ready for it? Are we ready for it? You just provoke that up. You better be ready for it. We have got decreased attack this time, so it kind of sucks. But everyone's got Hex, so... Casual 36,000 damage. Unfortunately, we didn't have all the effects this time. We couldn't go for round 2 this time. Here we... Can we not pick on the Whisper, please? Okay, well, Whisper's been eaten. Not the best. That's not the best either. Let's do that extend buffs a sec. Can we please... No. Please burn the target. Michinaki, you are a useless son of a gun. Okay. She'll be alright, though. It'll come out in time. Hopefully. It's the provoke that got me. The only good thing is Hex can place through Poison Cloud, which means we can actually get some Hex damage across. Okay, well, that was disappointingly bad. Right, let's go. We really need to ramp some damage out on this dude like yesterday. I don't know if we've got this. Michinaki. Michinaki, use your passive to good effect. That's the wrong target. Not good, not good, not good. Whoa. That was uncomfortably close. That was, like, too close. Ah, oh, damn it. It was all going so well. We were tracking 1 million damage per turn until all that nonsense came with the poison cloud. Now we've probably lost the run. If I'm being honest, I don't know if I can recover this. Why is he stealing all of them? All of these champions have resistance. It's so frustrating. They all have resistance, and yet he somehow always manages to steal. Like, they've all got like 400 resistance. Not getting him out now, am I? Well, anyway, we could see what it can happen. Like, I was hoping to just save myself a key here, but we had one bad rotation. Just kind of goes to show you. One little moment of, like, bad things happening, and it just ruins your entire run, because everything was going well. But I can't get him out in one... I could... if I get lucky. She's going to outrun her turns now. See, I'm still not getting the buff targeting correctly. I need to put like a bonus shield on someone. Because I'm not getting buff targeting out correctly. And I don't really know why. Because Michinaki should be the one that's taking all of that. Wow. And now he's getting it stolen. Yeah, this is where 75% protection is going to be good. Or we could do it without Michinaki. We don't need Michinaki because we got Criskin cursed. It's just real freaking annoying. Oh yeah, it's pretty bad, sorry. I was so dialed in trying to stay alive, Acrobat. I was just, I wasn't even paying attention. Why is he stealing every single buff? He doesn't have enough accuracy. Oh well, free regroup. I'm going to regroup it, don't worry. 9.5 million. If we just get a little bit of better RNG, we'd have been fine there, but that one head popping up Poison Cloud in just as Whisper went, and it just really threw the run out. I said I should really go get some masteries for Vargal and put Giant Slayer on him. That would help. Really frustrating. Real frustrating. But, you know, we'll probably one-pop it tomorrow. It's just as fun as basically going into Nightmare here and just using my new Nightmare. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Go at the bottom of this. Resize. Resize. Wow, these playlists. The chill playlist needs to change. Back to a little bit of sea shanty to end the night. This team now is probably going to be my Hydra Clash team, this one. This is probably going to be my Hydra Clash team. Just put it on that. It's all on Soundstripe. Oh, it's already started. A certain Royal Guard just managed to get a full refresh. Now, with this build here, I do not use A2 for Gnut. I don't use it. Because I have him in Reflex, and his job is to basically A3 over and over and over and over again. His job, that's all his kit. I don't care about A1 or A2. The rest of his kit is irrelevant. His only job is to A3 and kill heads. And try not to get the team killed by doing that. We need Hex out again. Nice. Boost. Drop. So you should have it back now, probably this turn, I'm going to say. There you go. Kill a head. That's his job. Now the fun part is this. If we can get the decreased defense out, this is where the fun part's going to come in. I don't know if we can do it because we were a bit mistimed. We kind of need him to land it, but he hasn't got any accuracy. I don't even know if we're going to get back around to it in time. The fun part is when you attack a dead head. And when you have dead heads which you attack that are living. That's the fun part. Well, no, because here's why, right? I'm not going to get it back in time. The reason why is Hex on the dead head gets multiplied, right? So what you really want is, the ideal scenario is you want Suffering Head up. Because Suffering Head is capable of placing, of lifting his enemy max HP damage. And then what happens is 10% of that enemy max HP hit gets attacked on dead head, and then Hex will multiply that by 200%. So what you really want to happen is Suffering comes out. This is not what you want to happen. So I guess we're just going to go pick on the Wrath head. For now, just kill it off. What you really want to happen is you want the Suffering Head to spawn. You then have the Suffering Head alive with 3 dead heads, and then you A3 with him on the Suffering Head. It is obnoxious. If I can get that set up, I will show it how it works. It is kind of obnoxious. We're going to have to kill the Suffering Head here, though, very quickly. We also don't have Provoke, which, if Cantor doesn't have a turn, it's going to ruin our life. Luckily, we can get a turn. Replace all these. Just throw that out there. Get some debuffs. Back up and running. And just hit that. The Wrath Head does not have decreased attack, which scares me quite considerably. Nobody can take a turn, so we'll just put it on the out. Let's kill that Wrath Head before it scares me. Oh, we got a refresh. You know what time it is. It's kill time. So ideally what we want now is Mithrala to have a turn, so that we can get Hex out. We didn't get that. That's kind of disappointing. Because if Mithrala could have a turn, we could get the Hex on that head, and then we start targeting that. So I'm going to hold it this time for 1 turn. Because I'll show you why it's very strong, right? Get this decreased speed out. Maybe we can get decreased defense out here. Nope. So we get the hex out on this target, right? Hex is out on this head. Then we get the decreased defense out, right? So here's where this is valuable. Let's see if we can get brimstone out here. That's already out. Here's where this is valuable. What I want you to do, watch the damage on the dead head. Not the one that I'm going to hit. The damage on the dead head. Okay? This is why it is strong. I'll slow it down. He's going to hit for 300k. 114, 114, 114. I just did 300,000 damage to the dead head. But if you would try to attack the dead head with his A3, you'll still do capped damage, right? Because you can't deal more than 10% of the max HP even when the head is decapitated. But if you attack a different head, you can use the hex multiplier to still gain the benefit of the multiplier, because he's going to hit the cap regardless of the dead head multiplier. So in essence, you never really want to attack a dead head with Gnut. You want to attack a living head so that you get the hex multiplier from the dead head. It's actually a big difference in damage. You'll see it even more when if we get a suffering head. That's the dream. If we get a suffering head out, that's the dream. It does a lot. Like, a lot of damage. Oh, we can go again. Ready? We go again. 114, 114, 114. Oh, we lost Gnut this time. It's fine. Don't worry, Royal Guard will help him out now. One of these heads needs to be suffering for this to be good. There we go. Right, that's awesome. It's really good as well for my brimstone. Get Gnut out. Nice. Brimstone now goes on the suffering head. Brilliant. Now all we need to do is wait for this decrease damage out. And kill another head, ideally. Let's go kill a head. Just kill a head. Right, so we just want to attack this for now. What we want to do now is we want to get Hex back out on this dead head here. And we want the suffering head to take a turn. That's the goal. Let's do that. If at the same time we can get a weaken from Cantra, would be great, but not required. Right, we're ready. We're going to hold it. We're waiting for this decapitation bonus to fall off. What makes Suffering Head so special? You'll see in a minute, Dutchy. Even though he's weak affinity, you're about to see why it's so good. Hex goes out. Big step. Decrease defense and weaken. Suffering Head takes a turn. Watch the damage here. Oh, we lost decreased defense. That's kind of lame. Not great. Should be okay, though. If we don't weak hit, this is going to be good. But I feel like we lost decreased defense, which is pretty bad. We're going to wait, actually. We're going to just do this for guaranteed damage. See the difference? 89,000 this time. I just want to get rid of the Torment Head because it's causing me so much problems. Then we'll focus on the Suffering Head test. Just do that for now. Can we get RNG? Yeah, nice. Wrath Head, not a problem. Cantra is now single targeting Brimstone all the time on there. Let's just attack you. That's fine, so we don't fear ourselves. Probably next turn I can show you the test. Okay, one more turn after this. Decreased defense. Okay, stealing buffs is not great. Get rid of that reflect buff. We don't want to kill our team. Okay, that provoke is a nightmare. I'm not going to lie. Right, decrease attacks out. Because Gnut is going to stack that so quickly. I really need to get Cantor on that head yesterday. Let's get rid of... Oh, she took the ally protection, not the one I needed. Okay, well, that's going to hurt. It's fine. Okay, right. This is the test. We need to kill that head, which we can't do yet. So we're going to attack the Suffering head. Because I'm pretty sure I've got Royal Guards A2. We're going to kill that head. Right, good. Now all we need to do is get Hex back on that dead head. That's the goal. How did the head spawn with full turn meter? I don't know. It's buggy. I don't ask these questions. Heal up. We need Hex. Don't know where Mithrala's turn meter is. Can't do it yet. Got to wait a turn. Which might be a problem. We got it. Right, okay. Hopefully Nekmo's got a turn meter boost. It's going to do it again, isn't it? It's going to do it again to me. Ugo. 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 Ah, it's going to do it again to me. Okay, well, we'll have to just test it with this. We haven't got decreased defense, which kind of hurts. But this is the process here, right? The reason why Suffering Head is so good is because it has a lot of HP, which means you can hit the cap a lot harder. Now, we're only hitting 302 here, which is a problem. That was doing 93,000. If we had decreased defense, we'd be hitting 500,000, which means 10% of that goes to the enemy heads and it gets multiplied by 200%. So we couldn't really get the optimal setup because we couldn't get the decreased defense in the right sync. Hopefully we don't get a Torment head out here now. I don't really want to have to deal with that again. Good. We just need to get the sync right. And once that's in place then, let's kill this head over here. We need to get Suffering back out here. Yeah, so because it's got a bigger HP pool, essentially you can get more hex spread, and because you've got a bigger base hex spread, you get more damage. Even though he's weak affinity right now, so it's minus 20% damage, it's so much stronger when you get the Suffering with dead heads. Right now, this is like kind of bad, but we'll get him out straight away. Gnoot's at risk of death. Just take him out. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, if Soul Reap was good. That's all I'm going to say. Only if Soul Reap was good. Let's just do that. Can we kill this? Get our heads dropped. Nice. Go steal the Reflect because I don't want to kill my team. Thank you. Put Brimstone back out. Right. So, we got an opportunity to test it again. Hopefully, we get the right sync where we want the decreased defense to come out here. Now we just need to cycle back round. Hex is out. Good. Everything's in the right position. We would like decreased speed on that head over there, but it's not bad. Nekmo will be out soon, which will help. That we've got plenty of time, I think. I don't think he's fast enough. This won't do an extra turn this time. I think this is the good test. Yes, Nekmo, that's what I needed. Deal with speeds. Okay. Might as well do an AoE nuke out there. Throw that out there, more debuffs. Okay. What I want you to do is I want you to watch. Yeah, it's the worst rotation for Gnoot, this one. Everything's weak affinity. Watch the head over here for damage. We've got decreased defense. We don't have weaken, which is going to make it harder to hit the cap, but still. We're going to go in. And we're going to get 2 weak hits. 514,000. 154,000. So if that wasn't weak hitting, you'd get 450,000. 450,000 damage to dead heads. It's stronger than an AoE max HP nuke because it's all single target, which means you can just basically pick on heads. Like, I've almost killed the Suffering head. It's almost impossible to kill the Suffering head. It's not ideal that I'm killing the Suffering head, by the way. you kind of want to keep the Suffering Head alive as long as possible because of Brimstone. But he's doing so much damage, it's absolutely insane. Yeah, it's like, this is the worst affinity for him. It's like, everything is weak hitting. Like, 3 of the heads here are negative affinity for him. Well, there's the Suffering Head dead. You just got a weak. Right, who's going to take a turn? Well, you're not going to take a turn, but I'll put Brimstone on you anyway. This is the problem with Brimstone, is you just don't have enough heads to put it on. Like, all these heads are not going to take a turn. We do have a problem in that head might actually take a turn because I didn't get any debuffs out on it. Really unfortunate. Might as well get some AoE nukage. Gonna cleanse. Oh, and Cantra's up next. That's actually quite awkward. We are actually quite in an awkward situation here. I'm saving everything here right now because we might wipe here. Because Cantra's up, Provoke Head is up. We're gonna need to be ready on the ball to instantly cleanse that out as soon as she gets eaten. There's the cleanse. Hopefully I should have Hex. Kill the Rat Head. Oh, didn't really think about that. Take the buffs away. Cantra's A1 steal is so strong. What can I ask why they focus on Brimstone and Suffering? Because Suffering Head is the one head that can activate it almost all the time. Because it takes extra turns, you almost get double Brimstone proc straight away. And because it uses 2 activatable abilities on a 3 and a 4 turn cooldown, it means you get it up a lot. So it's pretty good. I can probably just kill this head. Take it out. 107,000 damage there. So good. Well, we've one keyed. Yeah, if a Suffering Head comes out, I'll point it out again. Do you think Playroom are going to deal with the new Fusion Champ versus Demon Lord? They've already dealt with it, Hamo. They've already dealt with it. They're going to cap his A1 to 10,000. It's like here, for example, right? This is the problem with Brimstone. I do actually have a good candidate, which is this head, because he's going to do a skill, but the rest of them are all on long-term cooldowns. Dead heads don't have any activatable abilities. You can't do anything with them. So you're in this like weird position where Brimstone is actually kind of useless for a while. That kind of needs to be held, I guess. No, probably not, because I need to place debuffs. I didn't even land that. She weak hit. Well, this is awkward. This is going to be awkward. We cannot attack the dead head. We're going to have to weak hit our way through it. Please, for the love of God, don't be the head of... Don't, thank God. I was worried he was the one that was going to eat me. Who's going to eat me then? Torment Head. Who's eating me? Eat the Cantra. Whoever's going to do it, eat the Cantra now. So I can one-shot. Oh, Lord above. Why don't I use Gnut's A2 at all? Because I have him in Reflex Jet. The only thing I care about in this battle with Gnut is his A3. The rest of his abilities are useless to me. Because his A2 wasn't going to do enough damage. I don't need Weaken because I have Cantra. I don't want the counterattack. So if I don't use his A3, I can do stuff like this. His A2, I can do stuff like this. I can come in straight away and I can literally just smash him down. Granted, I should have waited a turn, but it's not the end of the world. It means I have him in Reflex and Refresh. So I have a lot more uptime when it comes to his A3, which means I get more max HP nukes. Like his A1 and his A2 doesn't do any damage here. I should be okay. I should be okay to get her out. As long as the cleanse doesn't come through right now. Just need to get this. See, the cooldown, I've got it in one turn now. If I had used his A2, I wouldn't have guaranteed that cooldown would have gone on. And it could mean the difference between me getting this head out now or not. Because I'll have it but in one turn, whereas before I wouldn't have. That cleanse is going to be annoying. So now I can basically do this and probably guarantee I get my counter out, which I wouldn't have been able to do. I would have been in a lot worse situation. So now all I need to do is I just need to recover the team a little bit because we are in a little bit of a spot of bother. I need to get debuffs out on this provoke head yesterday, so we get some control. He needs to just hit that for some Giant Slayer procs. Oh, he's got heal reduction. We can't AoE right now because it's a reflex. We haven't got heal. Really, this is a, like... Gnut might die here unless I have very good RNG. Oh, thank God. If that didn't cleanse, Gnut was probably dead. Now I can heal off Giant Slayer procs. A little bit. There you go. Then we can heal again. Now we can get some AoE nukes. Let's go. Perfect timing for the music to pick up. I don't really care about Brimstone right now. I just need debuffs out. That fear is a nightmare. We need the fear head dead, so that's the one that's going to get picked on. Yeah, it's okay. As you can see, the big risks are transitions and the fear head, because I don't really have a solution for the fear head other than killing it. But Gnut does offer a pathway to killing it quicker, because essentially we have such strong single target damage. Oh, every time I see that Soul Reap come out, I'm like, if only it actually did what it was meant to do on the tin. Who's next to be eaten, by the way? Ugo, okay. So yeah, so the reason why I was saying Suffering was good, by the way, is this. So this is a 3-turn cooldown, and that's a 4-turn cooldown. This gives it an extra turn, so you almost guarantee yourself when this happens, you get 2 Brimstone procs, which is great. When this happens, you get another Brimstone proc. So it means that you quickly cycle back through so you can reapply the Brimstone. And also, it's consistently happening on lower cooldowns. Whereas this guy's got a 3-turn, pretty good. This guy's got no turns because you're always provoking him. I think the Poison Cloud is like a 5-turn cooldown. Mischief only spreads buffs. That's its only activatable skill when it has buffs to spread, which if you're setting the team up correctly, you won't have that. So you end up in this situation that really the only good head is Suffering because it's the only one that can do it consistently. So... what we also have, one slight problem we have with this team is it has a nasty habit of overfilling this guy's debuff bar. Like, I'm holding my max HP nukes again because I haven't got enough debuffs over here because the fear head is messing with me. This is what happens with the fear head. It kind of messes with the rotations. So now we're in this situation where that's going to happen, which is okay. Because as long as I get the provoke off, I can put the Brimstone proc on here, which didn't happen. But we're going to have max HP nuke 1. Single target nuke 2 is out. That's the value of Gnut here. I think Gnut is... like, a lot of people said they weren't that impressed with Gnut in Hydra. I'm like, his ability to keep a run from going from good to bad is, like... for me, there is no one better. Because his actual just raw upfront damage to be able to just get someone out of a head quickly who's in a disaster is so good. Like, I'm probably going to get a cleanse here. There's nothing I can really do unless this boost is available, which is not. So unless Cantor gets a turn, we're going to get a cleanse, but it's fine because that's why Nekmothar's passive is so OP. Get a turn back, we can get some control going. I'm still waiting for the Brimstone. There we go. I just need to get back into control here. The fear is what's throwing this out. Now we're in a bit of trouble because we don't have block buffs, so we could be in real trouble here. We just need to basically cycle back around, but the consumption time is getting a bit nasty. Yeah, we're going to be in trouble here. I don't have enough debuffs out on that head either. Okay. Let's just throw some debuffs out here a second. We just need to get some momentum back because we've lost a lot of it. Which is not great. Just going to smash this head. I know there's no decreased defense on it, but we need to fear it. There we go. Get this back out. Now, if we could just get a little bit of control. That's all I want. Cantra can slowly start taking away some of the buffs, but it will take a while. I probably should not have done that. If I'm being honest, because Knut's about to get eaten and I don't have a max HP nuke to get him out. Like you can see, I'm struggling to get enough debuffs out. Normally it's overfilling. Purely because of this Torment Head. Right, he's going to get eaten. Not great. Probably should save this A3, not going to lie. Now I'm in a bit of spot of bother. We've just lost a lot of run time because of Torment Heads. I don't know if I can get it back out. Get Brimstone here. That'll help us. Hopefully that Suffering Head's going to take a turn before these heads. Slowly we'll get there. I made a mistake because I shouldn't have used the Royal Guard A2. I should have been paying attention. But we are getting it down slowly. This should get him out. Not quite. This should get him out. There we go. Knut's out. Now we've got to heal him up quickly. Somehow. I just stabilized. Really? And now he's provoked. Oh, he's so dead. Heal, Gnu, heal. Someone give him something. Anything. He's got nothing going. Oh, he's got no heal. No! Oh, well, we won key. We just couldn't get this torment, this particular rotation. We just couldn't get this Torment Head down. And the amount of cleansing we had going on, because every time this Torment Head just messes with this team. So the idea with the team is we need to kill the Torment Head as quickly as possible. Otherwise, this is what happens. It just gets out of control. Once the Torment Head is gone, we get a pretty good stable, like, turn with it. We get lots of debuffs. There's never really a problem. But if that turn, if this like you could full heal here, I just got to hope that I can get back around to my Royal Guard before this dude takes a turn. That I can get my Nekmathar out. It's close. Not going to be enough. Well. Room for improvement. We have hit like 80 million with this team so far. 60 million this time. But like if we want to hit the Hydra Clash, we're going to need like to find... Like I need to find another 20 million from somewhere. I'm not really sure where I'm going to find it right now. This is just annoying me. Every time I get safety set up, I get knocked back down by this Torment Head. Oh well, we'll run it through. It's not Cantra's fault. The problem is the Torment Head. He's just knocking down my debuffers. I'm finally going to kill him just too late because I lost Knut. But... do you think the fusion is worth if you have Hellcat? The only reason why you would do this fusion is if you care about arena, you don't want to run the risk of not having a void legendary, and you need a clan boss solution. If you have one of those three requirements, you should definitely 100% do this fusion. If you don't care about arena, you don't need clan boss, and you don't care about not being able to get a void legendary, then you probably don't need to do the fusion. So, what do I think of Corrigan Hydra? It's probably quite good. You get a good turn meter, good cleansing, overall good support. So, this is Nightmare Green Virus. So, I mean, Michinaki over Kantra. Yeah, but I think Kantra's the best provoke. Honestly, I don't really put much stock in provoke sets. I think Kantra is fine. The issue is Torment Head. And I personally just don't like the fact I'm forced into having to run either Duchess or Shamael to deal with the Torment Head. It's just depressing. They need to, like, just delete the Torment Head. The game would be so much more fun. There you go. 14.7 million on Gnut. Like, this is what I'm saying. You're saying sub out Kantra. Look how much Kantra's doing. I should probably improve the Ugo build. Like, what you got to remember when you're looking at Gnut's damage is 7 million of Mithrala's damage is probably Gnut because of Hex. Not 7 million, like 6 million. So, because the damage from Hex is given to the person who placed the Hex debuff, not the champion that did the damage, right? So, Gnut doing 14.7 million here. Actually, about 5 million of that is on Gnut as well. So he's matching a Royal Guard. And this Royal Guard is in triple reflex. Is in full reflex, triple refresh. So he's matching an AoE max HP nuker. Now, is he in Acrisia? No. Like, Acrisia is just too strong. Is he probably as good as, like, that stupid Cadaver build they had before? That's dead in the water. It's not a problem. But in terms of, like, single target, get someone out of a head, there is no one better than Gnut to do this, in my opinion. So the thing is, it's not just the provokes, it's all the debuffs that she pumps out, like block beat, like a backup block buffs, weaken, decrease speed, heal reduction, decrease accuracy. It's the fact that she can go in and steal those reflex buffs or the block buffs that gets put on the Wrath head, or, you know, the ally protection, or she does so much. And you pay that for the fact she's got a brimstone that's on 5 out of 6, which means you pretty much guarantee you're going to place it when you want to place it. She's so good. So, yeah, I mean, there's improvements. I'm not sure I finished Gnut's Masteries yet, so there's no War Master or Giant Slayer being added in here. I'm pretty sure Ugo's build is not very good either. I think it's pretty average, so that could help, like, speed them up. Nekmothar could be sped up. The more speed, the more Gnuts, the more Royal Guards. You see what I mean? Like, the more I cycle. So there's room for improvement. But this would be, right now, a contribution of 248 million, 0.48, and I need 650. So I've basically got to find 400 million from my 2 other keys. So probably like 100 million from Brutal would be 300, and then 50 million from Hard. So I need to really improve my Brutal team a lot. I need to find a way to make Whisper work. I need to maybe position it a little bit, maybe take Skull out and give a better option. But definitely that's my goal. I need to get more damage in my Brutal team because Nightmare is going to be tough. I don't have to Hanorach, no. Yeah, I'll show you the stats now. How far are you in Doomtown? You're free to play? I'm still climbing normal. I haven't approached hard. That'll do. That's one key I don't have to do tomorrow. Like these guys here. Our clan is going to be good because we've got a lot of high hitters, but not that many, right? A lot of people are still... Like, we pushed about a couple of months ago to try and get people into more Nightmare stuff. And you can see that most of the clan is doing a 1 key getting there, so we're going to have to help support them to get them up to this boundary, right? Most people need to be hitting my numbers at a minimum, I would say, for a high-end clan. But as you can see, the king of Hydra is not Acrisia, it's Nekmothar. Nekmothar is the king of Hydra. Every top clan will have Nekmothar as the leader. All the top builds is all Nekmothar. That's kind of like what you need as a Brutal team, right? Which is pretty achievable. Pretty achievable. Maybe I need to get off my Morley high horse and build a Morley for it. Who knows? So, yeah. Builds-wise... Yes. I'll show you the Gnut. Gnut. I know you should use search filter. So, Gnut is in Reflex, double refresh, 235% crit damage, 3.9k defense. He gets a little bit of ignore defense from Hydra and a little bit of speed. 266 speed. He's actually a lot faster than I expected. I just built him fast. So he's 266, but I'm pretty sure I haven't done the masteries on him yet. See, I'm still working down. So you'll get a little bit like, you'll get Giant Slayer. That'll help more damage. So that'll be a lot more damage, probably, if you think he's doing that many attacks. 3 attacks, Giant Slayer. He's probably going to add another 4 million to his damage. Ugo's build is actually quite poor at the moment. Like, it's really poor. 276, 379 accuracy, 2 point. Like, she's quite squishy. She should get better healing. Does a job, though, but not maxed out. Does a job. Royal Guard is in Reflex, Triple Refresh. Alright, Acrobat. Yeah, I'm going to be ending now anyway, so you won't miss much. Night, Acrobat. Yeah, level 8 Amulet, right? He's at 232 speed, 161% crit damage, and 3.7k attack. I do need to rebuild him because I think I built him when the multiplier was incorrect in the optimizer. So I probably need to upgrade him. And ideally, if I can get to 6-star, I would swap out Hero Soul for Crushing Rend once I get to 6-star. At the moment, he's in Hero's Rend because Hero Soul is better. But, like, again, I'm looking for Whisper Souls and Royal Guard Souls, probably. Once I get Whisper to 6-star, I'll probably be working on Royal Guard to 6-star. Then we've got, like, the Cantra. Cantra's built like a tank. She's a unit. Guardian, speed... 242 speed, basically 244, 453 resistance, 386 accuracy, 62k HP, 4.8k defense. She is a unit. Absolute unit. Yeah, don't look at my Ugo build. When I say my Ugo build is bad, it means I just threw gear on her and I haven't looked at her in like months. It's one of the areas I know I can improve. So I could probably look at improving it into a Relentless build with like high resistance to try and help keep her from getting things into Relentless. So I get more A2, A3s, keep up those block buffs when things go a bit rough, get more healing out, right? I totally get it. Ugo is an area of improvement for that team big time. And like same as Nekmathar, I built him, I would say 6 months ago. I haven't even put a blessing on him. I haven't decided what I want, to be honest. I feel like Leadership Aura. I'll be honest, I've been feeling like I should go for Intimidating Presence. Just for more aura. But then I think Cruelty is also quite good. But 5%. The thing about Cruelty is in a post-Gnut world, Cruelty is useless. I know he's not so much for AoE, but Gnut is going to override Cruelty, so it's essentially a wasted blessing. I feel like, at least with this one, I'd get 2.5% aura. I feel like it's better. It's better than nothing. This stuff is not really, like, relevant. This would help for only the Head of Wrath, but it doesn't really take any damage. You've noticed that. Heaven Cast, not useful because I need it on 2 abilities, so it's not going to work. We could go Lightning Cage to try and force, like, targeting, but I don't really want him to be the the Mischief target. Brimstone, I have a Brimstone. I don't want it. These all are kind of useless. We could go Survival Instinct. We'd get a 5% turn meter fill whenever we take a debuff. That could be quite good. I definitely think it's either torn between Intimidating Presence or Survival Instinct. Like, Faultless Defense is really pointless because none of the Hydra heads multi-attack. So it doesn't really help. These two are Arena only. Arena only. I don't really know what Temporal Change does. To be honest, it does some weird stuff, and I think it's on Mithrala anyway. So I feel like it's either Survival Instinct for more turn meter, which could be quite good, or Intimidating Presence. No, I haven't tried Nocturne Hydra, no. Yeah, but that's the thing, Dutchy. Like, Gnut's A3, one of them knocks it to 15%. And that's, like, Gnut only just has to sniff on something and it's going to beat this. You know? I don't really think 5% is that big. Yeah, 6 out of 6 Survival Instinct will be better, right? Because you don't get turn meter restriction. HP, crit damage, HP and crit damage versus defense, HP, resistance, speed. The thing about Nekmathar is his job is to take turns. So I think Survival Instinct's better because his job is to take turns. I want him to just keep taking turns. Survival Instinct gives him that. We've currently got him on a double revenge because I actually want him to like place this a lot. Decrease attack. I want him to have more opportunities. So we got him on double counter attack. He is in relentless. He's at 294 speed, which would be 296. 400 accuracy, no resistance, no damage. I want to get this to like 350 speed eventually. Like, you know, this. Immediately I'm like, okay, do we have speed in relentless? That's 6-star with accuracy. Well, there's a 5-star there. I'm pretty sure there is one because I'm pretty sure I've got it on a champion. I remember I have one. That's a damage one. One of these is an accuracy one. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. Unless it's on my free to play. This could be on my free to play. But that would like, this would immediately, you know, what I would do is go in here and ascend it and figure out if I could find one with speed. Right, so if we can find one with 6-star speed plus 12, that gives us a 17 increase in speed. Not really that special here. If we find a defense percent with accuracy. Right, we go down here into perception. Right now we've got defense and speed, double. We prioritize by speed. It's the fastest we got at the moment, but we could improve that. Can't really improve that. Yeah, can't really improve that one. That one's a bit max, that one. Not gonna lie. That one's probably unmovable. That one's probably capped. That one's probably capped. Oh, that was funny. Why can't I find anything here? What do we got here? Oh, we've got an 18 plus 4. It's a little bit better, but then you don't really get the benefits of the other stuff. It's a 17 plus 3, so there's a little bit of improvements there. Don't really think there's a weapon. So that's all we care about is basically how fast can we actually make this champion go. And the chest and here is an improvement. And I think he's got a triple speed banner. Or the banner could be improved as well. Like, do we have a speed banner? Priority speed, high. Probably needs to be accuracy. Equipped. It's the fastest one I've got. Basically, it's the fastest banner. So that's the goal with him. You get him as super fast, as much speed as you can get on him. Go super, super, super fast. Because all you want him to do is just constantly get back around to this A3. Because the more he gets around to his A3, the more turn meter you get. So it's funny. My free-to-play has got even better ones, Sniper Goatia. Because when you start a new account, you get a lot of easier tournaments because you're placed in lower ones and they give you higher rank in Relentless. So normally you're free to play. Like the new accounts actually have a lot of, basically have a lot of, I guess, blessings. I get a lot of like Relentless. They just get a lot of access to it. And then once you start hitting level 50, the tournaments get harder and harder and you don't have the resources because you start running out of resources that you have naturally in the game at the start of the game, and then you end up in this position where you can't actually win any tournaments, and then you get to the point where everything's 5-star epic, and it's just like, or 6-star epic. I think I made a comment about it that I think it's about time now that all the tournaments were all 6-star. Like, I'll be honest, like this like spider tournament here, right? These, if I come anything but first, it's instant sell. It's just instant sell, right? Just anything but first is instant sell, and even first, a 6-star epic is probably most of it's going to be instant sell. All of this should be 6-star. All of it. I don't mind giving you less quantity. All of it should be 6-star. Just be sensible. Be reasonable. So, yeah. Anyway, it is now 2 in the morning. I've got carried away. Big time. I will be back on Thursday. I think Thursday is the day that I set that we're gonna do the vote. I can't remember when we're gonna do the vote on the next clan boss team. It might be Thursday. It is clan versus clan tomorrow. Good luck if you are competing. It is a Non-personal. Don't go crazy. Take your time. Save your resources for the goddamn fusion that we're all going to, like, probably butt our heads against a wall on Thursday as we realize how obnoxiously strong it's going to be. Yeah. I got to do some more Hydra tomorrow. Got to finish these stupid ones off. At least the hard one will be easy, right? The hard one is just, like, burn it to death. How much burn can you have in one team? A lot. Anyway. Can't believe he's still going. I'm not anymore. Have a good evening, guys. I'm going to go get some food, and I will catch you guys on Thursday. Ciao.